Hey, what's up everyone? It's back today for Modern Warfare Call of Duty Warzone, and I'm gonna play some Arc Raider maybe too, but right now it's Warzone. Oh, you see him preloading the shatter. Most of the games should do that. Maybe they should do that faster, but you know. It's like not going up. Oh, and now that I go in window edit, it started to go up. Weird. For some reason, when I go in windowed, it like close my G
It's July 24th, 2026. Welcome to the video, everybody. Right now, there's US military hardware flowing towards Iran in a massive way. We haven't seen this sort of a buildup since the initial conflict kicked off back in February of 2026. There's B-2 Spirit bombers that have been flying missions at their home base in Missouri. Remember, those could be flying round-trip missions from those actual bases. We're seeing increased operations at Diego Garcia, locked and loaded B-1s, running more missions out of Fairford, England, likely bunker buster payloads already racked. Engines are warm, waiting on one phone call from the commander-in-chief. And then overnight, the skies over Iraq and the Gulf. This new footage right here that we're seeing, strikes going on the 13th night of poundings happening in Tehran, with CENTCOM posting the F-16 CJ Wild Weasel. But these new strikes, we're seeing drones being hit, we're seeing IRGC headquarters, ballistic missiles, bunkers, boats being targeted extremely heavily, those IRGC fast boats that they use to harass commercial shipping with. And then a bombshell announcement from President Trump that $2 billion in Iranian money that was held by the United States will now be paid to the commercial shipping companies whose ships were blown up by the IRGC. Finally, holding the IRGC accountable for blowing up these ships and hitting the mullahs where it really counts. But those F-16 CJ Wild Weasels, those are the radar killers, the guys whose entire job is to make Iran's air defense network blind before anything moves along the hillside. Touchdown in theater, fresh off of transatlantic flights from Spangdahlem, Germany, and from the United States. This is 13 nights in a row running. 13 nights of CENTCOM strikes on Iranian military targets. And today, the conversation in Washington, it's likely not about whether the next wave happens, it's about how big it is. And then Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi went on record this week and called his country's doctrine, shocker, you ready for this? An eye for an eye. Oh, weird. It's almost like force is the only thing that speaks to you. So eye for an eye makes sense for the quote from Araghchi. Iran's IRGC went further, naming a UK airbase as a legitimate target, and that's Fairford, that houses the B-1. So the IRGC, not just a warning, they said that they're making a promise. Okay, IRGC, we know that the UK's military has been called a terrorist organization by the IRGC for months, but luckily the UK is saying that the UK is ready to defend itself 24/7. So good. The UK is showing a little bit of a backbone. Yes, there's still hope. The people in the UK are amazing. We need the leadership to show some backbone. F-16 CJ Wild Weasels, those are meant to run suppression of enemy air defenses. Here's the thing though, they team up perfectly with that B-2 bomber and the F-35 Lightnings that could be flying top cover. Tankers right now are also stacked across Europe, making basically a bridge to get new fighter jets, KC-135s, cargo into the region. Tankers stack up at altitude and they keep everybody topped off. The B-2 Spirit sitting in the wings, carrying the kind of ordnance that basically ends arguments and puts the IRGC in the corner with that little dunce hat. You guys know the little dunce hat thing? Yeah, that's what the B-2 basically does to all.
That's wrong, go.
I don't know why my mouse is bugged. It's 9% loading for shatters.
The nuclear sites of the IRGC. And then in Ukraine, if all this Iran news wasn't enough, it looks like Ukraine has shot down a Russian fighter with their F-16. So we're going to get into that full story in the global roundup section about 3/4 of the way through the video. Remember, the Wild Weasels, they basically own the night. They're harm shooters, and those missiles actually track the radar beam of Iranians' radars trying to turn on, and then they just plow the way for the B-2 with the Mw4. They're basically like the offensive line, but in this case, the B-2 is much bigger than the F-16, so it's a little bit reversed when it comes to an offensive line and a quarterback. But ultimately, that F-16 is the perfect jet to clear the way as the bomb doors open on those B-2 Mw4's weapons away onto the Pickaxe Mountain structures in Iran, with President Trump saying that any place they've even thought about having a nuclear weapon will get smacked. And the Mw4 is the perfect weapon to do that. But let's rewind about 18 hours because the sequencing here of what's gone down is just wild. Overnight, U.S. Central Command completed its 13th consecutive night of strikes against Iran. We see the footage, we see the target footage, absolute decimation going on across Iran. While alone the pressure from these strikes is enough to bring Iran to its knees, now with more aircraft flowing into the region, with potentially an even bigger strike on the table, we're looking at something that could be the death blow, the nail in the coffin to the Iranian mullahs. Basically, the mullahs are the ones that are striking the ships. Like J.D. Vance said on Joe Rogan, the mullahs got nervous about the MOU because it took away some of their ability to control the Strait of Hormuz and collect their beautiful little toll that they've collected for decades. They got really nervous, and they basically made a phone call down to their generals in the Strait of Hormuz, and they're like, we're losing our $100 million a month. They're like, we used to make $300 million a month, and now we're only making $200 million a month. We need to hit a ship in the Strait of Hormuz. That's the craziness and the level of lunacy that you're talking about when you think about these mullahs in the Strait of Hormuz. So we're going to break down what's likely going to happen, because Agarachi put a number on the table. He said 1 for 1, proportional retaliation, eye for an eye. And then Secretary of State Rubio stepped in and said something pretty awesome. He didn't exactly match Agarachi's number. He said something else. He raised it. He said a head for an eye is an asymmetric response. So whatever Iran spends on an attack, the U.S. answer costs more and doesn't scale down to match. That's the Secretary of State on record telling Tehran the rules of engagement just changed from tit for tat to a disproportionate consequence, putting it in political terms. So when it comes to this conflict, fighter pilots have to stay completely dialed in at all times. And as a fighter pilot in the cockpit, you can't exactly slow things down when you're flying a mission at 500 miles per hour. That's why I made maxafterburnerinnergy.com. I wanted to make an energy drink that had the ability to give you the same fighter pilot focus that fighter pilots need when they're in high stakes missions. So when I was flying in combat, I would chug energy drinks that would give me an energy crash 45 minutes later. And when you're flying a mission in a jet, you can't crash, obviously. At the end of the day, it comes down to sustained energy. And so I built a custom blend that includes L-theanine, cytocholine, uridine, nootropics, and things that will help smooth out the caffeine. Also, the caffeine is a natural blend, but this will keep you caffeinated on the perfect level all day long without the crash. So go to maxafterburnerinnergy.com. And also we got merch that'll be showing up here. We're about a week out, but check out this F-22 shirt. This is one of the shirts that's gonna be up on our site. It's on the Max Afterburner Energy site. So go to maxafterburnerinnergy.com right now and sign up for our email list, and you'll get discounts and notifications for when the energy drinks and merch are gonna be there. And you can get a weekly roundup email from me so you don't miss any of the content right here and you stay fully updated on what's going on around the globe. Head to maxafterburnerinnergy.com. Thanks so much for the support with the energy drinks, guys. I really appreciate it. And then CENTCOM isn't waiting at all to make their point. They're doing strikes. They're doing strikes every single night. They kicked off yesterday at 6:45 p.m. Eastern time, and it looks like they've widened the target list from reports saying that Iranian military command centers, communication networks now joining the drone storage list, coastal surveillance, maritime sites that anchored the previous 12 nights. At the same time, Iran's Houthi allies in Yemen are getting a little bit spicy. They're now threatening to blockade the Bab al-Mandab Strait, the other choke point that's over on the other side of the Persian Gulf near Saudi Arabia. That's one of the routes that traffic around the whole Arabian Peninsula goes through whenever Hormuz gets shut down. So Iran's making phone calls. They're like, hey, Houthis, come bail us out. But the Houthis aren't going to be able to bail out Iran this time. The U.S. military's commander-in-chief said that the United States will hold Iran accountable for any future Houthi attack on shipping, warning of major military punishment if it happens again. And then hours later, the commander-in-chief confirmed to Axios that we're close to a final decision on a strike that's being called bigger than anything launched against Iran so far. I mean, this is seismic at this point. Not a threat, not posturing, a decision that the commander-in-chief says is close. They started an escalation, and then they acted surprised when the escalator kept moving. Iran's like, we're going to escalate. And then the elevator is like, okay, cool. We've got an eject button on the escalator, and it's about to go 1,000 miles an hour. And they're like, oh, we didn't sign up for this. Let's negotiate. Give us 10 days. They want a 10-day ceasefire so they can reconstitute. Because what Iran does after we hit their missile bunkers, you can see this imagery right here, deeply hidden missile bunkers, they get hit by the US military, these fighter pilots risking their lives going deep into enemy territory. And then Iran just wants time, because then what they do is they use excavators to just remove the debris, remove the dirt, and then they open the door, roll out a ballistic missile launcher, launch the ballistic missile, and then pull back into the mountain like nothing happened. So that's why we're seeing excavators being absolutely crushed in recent targeting imagery as well. But let's talk about what the F-16 CJs, what they're uniquely used for. They're wired with the AN/ASQ-213 harm targeting system. It passively hunts for enemy radar emissions and hands off targeting data to AGM-88 harm missiles before the radar operator even knows he's been found. 2 squadrons worth are said to have flown towards the Gulf, and they're joining F-35As, Cs, and Bs from all the different services. Looks like right now, riding shotgun over the whole strike package is the F-16 CJ, making sure that these missile operators aren't able to target these fighter jets in the way that they would love to. But remember, none of this happens without the unglamorous half of war, which is logistics. Getting a bomber wing, a wild weasel squadron, everyone who fixes, fuels, and arms them into theater is weeks of choreography, not just a quick phone call. And then Sea Lift moves the bulk of heavy equipment, but cargo ships crossing an ocean at 25 knots takes weeks. So anything time critical rides the airlift bridge. And we're seeing that right now with this map showing multiple different tankers, airlift, C-17s, C-5s, cargo haulers running around the clock. So it's basically like a big treadmill in the sky, and these tankers are the heavies, and you usually don't see something this heavy on a treadmill. But that's the machine running underneath it all to get all of this logistics into the theater. So flying into contested airspace, it takes getting the right jets into the right window. It takes getting the B-2, the F-16 CJ, being able to go in, be that harm shooter to take down the different radars along the coast, and then opening the window for the B-2. So you put it all together, and this isn't a subtle move. This is not anything subtle that we're seeing happening right now. It's giving options to the commander-in-chief that's making Iran sweat. But let's be straight about what Iran still has. 13 nights of strikes have degraded Iran's coastal surveillance, missile storage, and air defense sites. It's degraded it. Iran's IRGC still fields ballistic missiles, drone swarms, and fast attack craft. And we've seen strikes recently on Kuwait, Bahrain. We also saw recent strikes on Jordan, obviously. It proves that that network can still reach out. And even rumors coming in of Russia helping to target U.S. troops. Oh, really weird. Russia helping Iran to target U.S. troops. Yeah, we never saw that coming at all. Obviously, Russia wants the U.S. to take the eye off the ball in Ukraine. If they can get the U.S. to focus everything they have on Iran, keep the war drug out, then they see that as the U.S. not being able to help in the Ukrainian defenses or offenses that we're seeing, by the way. And that brings us to the global roundup section. So completely different theater, completely different fight, Ukraine. A Ukrainian F-16 pilot is said to have just scored the aircraft's first confirmed air-to-air victory in Ukrainian service, downing a Russian fighter outright. Looks like it could be a Su-33 or a Su-35. There's also reports of a Su-57 crashing. I wonder if that Su-57 could have crashed after it got speared with an AIM-9X or an AMRAAM. Yeah, the AIM-9X and AMRAAM definitely increase your chances of crashing. So the fact that the F-16 is targeting those Russian fighters, it really highlights the fact of how Ukraine has backup from a Saab early warning aircraft, giving it the ability to spot these different Russian fighters before they have the chance of targeting the F-16. And really, when it comes to these jets, F-16, Su-33, Su-35, Su-57, Su-57 is basically just a 4+ generation jet. It's not a 5th generation stealthy jet. These all have roughly the same ability to see each other. Su-57 has a big radar, Su-33, Su-35, big radar, 2 people in those jets as well. Also, Su-57 has a 2-seater also. So when it comes to this whole fight, it's about who sees the other one first. And you could go low, sneak in by the weeds, flying right above the trees, sneak in, try to confuse the radar of that Russian fighter jet. That's always an option. Might be the tactic that the F-16s are using, or they're just being able to spot this from that Saab early warning aircraft and they're firing AMRAAMs as far away as they can. But this is a big victory for Ukraine, and hats off to the F-16 pilots that are taking the fight to these Russian fighter jets. This friends. So here's the board that no one else is drawing. So if you look at what's going on right now, the whole goal of Iran is to outlast American political will long enough for the regime to survive. That's their whole goal. That's the bet that Tehran is making, and historically, it's not a crazy bet, right? But right now, the clock is working against them in a way that it hasn't before. Congress just handed the Trump administration $95 billion specifically to fund this war. Even as separate war powers resolutions to try to end U.S. involvement passed the House 214 to 208, but then it died in the Senate 49 to 47. And it's largely a symbolic vote anyway, with really no commander-in-chief listening to it. So it looks like the Trump administration might be ramping up strikes before things go back down. Because if right now there's a window of opportunity to hammer Iran in a whole new way so that they actually come to an agreement, if the pressure and pain is enough for the mullahs, especially squeezing out every dollar they can from the IRGC, that might be something that actually brings them to the table. Or who knows? Sets up the ability for the free people of Iran to rise up if they can get armed. They would have to get armed. That'd be their only shot, because obviously right now the IRGC owns all the weapons. So there you go, guys. F-16 CJs being flexed on CENTCOM's X page. Where do you think things go from here? Do you think we're going to see heightened strikes with all this troop movement moving into the region? Do you think that we'll see maybe a negotiation come out, that the threat of all these strikes will actually make the mullahs make a deal that they'll actually hold to? What do you think? Let me know in the comments below. Would love to hear your thoughts. Follow me on X, follow me on Instagram. I'm posting there pretty much every day. And hopefully you guys enjoyed this new background. We're out here in Nevada traveling, so enjoy this background. It's beautiful. There's bighorn sheep down the street, which is incredible. Thanks so much for watching, guys. This is Ryan, also known as Max Afterburner, signing off.
You've made it to the top 10. We've got 10 squads active in the field. Your squad made it to the safe zone. Gas is moving. squad mates back on station. Good work.
Council lost. Moving.
Resurgence is closed. No more second chances. Hostile UAV in the area. Your squad's in the safe zone. You're losing ground. Moving. Only 4 left. 5 squads still operational in the AR.
Taking Great Point.
I'm reloading.
Top 3, don't let up now. 3 squads left in the war zone. Stay alert. Closing in. We're in the last 2, now finish.
Changing max.
Area's clear.
That slow motion lasts forever. What the fuck? Girl bus skin. Damn, dude.
Resurgent.
They had to do one.
Drive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster. Back on station. Go get after it.
Moving here.
I won't let you die.
Thanks. I'm reloading.
Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done. One remaining. You're redeploying. Stand to you, soldier. Stay sharp. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. You have reinforcements inbound.
Loot here.
Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. You've got gas moving in.
Back in the fight.
Turning you to the front. Early.
I'm back on
Ready.
station.
You're redeploying.
I feel pain. I'm gonna go somewhere else.
Squad mate's back on station. Good work. You have reinforcements inbound. Friendly loadout drops on the way. Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. Squad mate's back on station. Good work.
Target area marked. You're cleared hot. Reloading. Inserting additional armor.
Suspicious.
Back in the fight.
Getting another chance.
And this one is rough.
You have reinforcements inbound. 10 remain.
There's enemies straight on it.
Taking effective fire!
I mean,
You're redeploying. Your squad made it to the safe zone. Gas is closing in. Stand by for redeployment. Resurgence is about to end. Make it count. Your squad mates back on station. Good work.
Fading here.
Head to the safe zone. Gas is inbound. Location the rest of the
Reinforcing armor.
reinforcements inbound.
Reloading!
Reinforcing armor.
Marking enemy.
Resurgence has been deactivated. This is the end game. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done.
Taking effective fire!
Less than 5 still standing. Next time we'll take that victory. Keep your head up and return to base for debrief.
Pain. The bunker buster, man.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Reloading!
All stations, this is Shadow 01. Deployment to the war zone has been authorized. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Stay alive.
The threat here!
Alright, soldier. Mark a drop point for your squad and go get off. Enemy soldier incoming. Positive ID on the bounty target. Hunt them down.
Pumping max!
Put me with a Prestige Master 700. They were like, what?
Another shot. Weapons free.
Inserting additional armor.
Enemy dropping into the AO. get your revenge.
Of course, start looking at the thing. Of course.
Losing ground. Move it.
Changing mag.
Ready. You're redeploying.
There's just nowhere safe to go. It's so stupid. What the?
You have reinforcements inbound.
I'm reloading.
Resurgence window is ended. Watch your six.
Enemy movement in the AO. Stat. Moving to my mark.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Enemy movement. Cancel my last.
Your squad mate went AWOL. Resurgence timer reduced. It's all on you. Stay alive so your squad can redeploy. Gas is moving.
That's fucked up. I won the first game, and then after that, they put me into some crazy levies. All it took is one win. I tried to go window with, and then the screen froze. I think it's the world PC that froze. I'm not sure. I'm a press Alt F4. Wait 20 seconds. I think I might have to reset the world PC. Yeah, I closed the PC, waiting 10 seconds. I press power again. Why is it so tempting to go and just play Path of Exile for some reason? Weird, weird. 212.
Fucking hate this goddamn map.
W name, by the way.
Enemy dropping
It
into
was
the
made
AR.
as a joke and just kind of stuck.
Ruck up. You're heading to the war zone.
Oh, you think it's us?
For some reason,
These motherfuckers crack me up when they start blasting targets that aren't even moving and shit. They think they're real good. Get in game and smack. Those are the ones that I look for when I go into game. And I could pretty well guess where they're going.
Stand by for
We're gonna go
deployment to the
keep,
war zone.
don't hit the roof, go straight for the bottom.
Moving here.
Where are we going?
Keep. Very bottom of keep. Bottom of keep.
Got you, got you.
We're about to send 2 squads right back to the fucking lobby real quick.
Alright,
It's happening.
Resurgence. Stay alive. Keep the squad in the fight.
yeah, it fucked up all my key binding, man.
I'm in this bitch.
Nope, I think they're gonna send us back to lobby, bro. They're holding each other's hands, by the way.
Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done.
Nah, I got faith in this, bro. Actually,
I'm reloading.
somebody better kill me. Somebody
Oh
better
man,
kill
why did nobody come down here with me?
Right here. You with me on the floor? On the floor?
Where are you?
Marking hostile.
Go to the bottom of keep. Yep, down them stairs. Yep, down them stairs. In blue. In blue. Fuck, are
Yep,
we doing,
down
bro?
snakes, down snakes. Oh my fucking god.
Camping fucking motherfuckers. We ain't worried about it now. Too fucking late.
Survive until you're
We should have all went down there from the get-go.
I landed down there. Nobody else is there.
In the lobby, bro. Like I opened up the vault and everything. I'm the only one down there.
Ten squads active in the field. 10 remaining. Keep pushing.
Fucking Christ.
I don't know why the game reset and then the game like now it's the wrong key. I'm safe. For some reason my keybind unbinded.
Where y'all pussies at?
Gas is closing in.
Did you go down to the vault and open that shit so you can get your fucking loadout?
Enemy precision airstrike.
Yeah.
Find cover.
Moving here.
Oh my god. Fuck.
Even my Presto Talk is not there, man.
Right
Some
here on
cover-
yellow. Pick me up, bro.
Nice. I done down
Pick
two
up. Nah,
people.
you good.
God damn it, dude.
Gent. Oh shit, nigga, he took too fucking long.
I'm the only one in fucking quad digit fucking damage right now. It's fucking
You
crazy.
know you can't keep a gangster down.
Why are we still landing at the same spot? There's no point. They have it taken over.
They don't have it taken over. I'm here.
Go get your revenge. Awesome.
We got loaded.
Enemy move. Marking target location.
But fucking news. Fucking big solid mode. About to kill all 6 of the niggas. Yeah, right.
Where are you?
Reloading.
I fucking downed one up top there.
He pushing.
All squad mates are in the safe zone. Gas is moving.
Top floor. Thank you.
You have reinforcements inbound.
Oh,
Thank you.
Changing mag.
Hostile UAV in the area.
They slide. They come. They come. Ah. How you gonna let him get birdie? How you gonna let him get this nigga, bro?
Thanks.
What the
Please,
fuck?
somebody took my fucking box. I'm a mess. Oh, they fighting right here. Come on, y'all. They fighting right here.
Hostile
Bruh,
airstrike
they
incoming.
fighting right here. They low.
Enemy soldier
Get off, get off, get off.
Enemy soldier incoming. Mark remaining operations from that squad. Hunt them down. Five down.
Okay, okay. So we just bail from that
That's fucking under nowhere.
I'm so confused, bro.
Bro, no lo vi nunca,
It's all on
weón.
you. Stay alive so your squad can redeploy. Your squad
I'm
mate
not.
is redeploying. Well done.
Blue got tired of getting his ass handed to him, so he just fucking left.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Resurgence is about to end. Make it count. Move to the safe zone. You're losing ground. Move it.
Enemy movement.
Fire sales over. Adjusting prices.
Enemy movement.
Just fucking quiet.
Yeah, it's too quiet.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
I know there's two guys hiding right over here.
Resurgence has been deactivated.
Yeah.
Deactivate. Engage.
Moving here.
I need that buy station.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Mine.
Get to the safe zone.
Hit slam.
Did you get him?
Gas
You
moving
get?
in.
Yeah. I think there's one more that might be wrong.
Enemy movement. Cancel it.
Taking effective fire.
Got four remaining.
Hey,
Four
Paul, watch
remaining.
out, move.
Stay sharp. 5 squads still operational in the AO.
Hit that good stuff. I'm ready.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Operator establishing score streak.
armor.
You're in the top 3. Don't let up now. 3 squads left in the war zone. Stay alert.
Hey, there's a solo this way.
Enemy movement.
Some of your squad is outside the safe zone.
Inserting armor.
He wasn't a solo like I.
What the fuck?
You're gonna be okay.
Y'all should have pushed to me, bro.
I'm reloading.
Bro,
Your squad is down.
Force is dumbass is sitting up top there, just holding his aim button down, bro.
Take that cross.
Shit pisses me off, dude.
Run it back. Run it back.
We're headed to the war zone. Get geared up. Stand by. Enemy soldiers in sight.
What happened with my keybind?
All stations, this is Shadow 01. Deployment to the war zone has been authorized.
I think it worked. Good.
Resurgence. Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster. squad to the safe zone. Leave no one behind. Marking the rest of that squad as attack map. Get hunting.
I'm back on
Returning you
station.
to the front. Earn this. Heads up. An enemy squad marks you as a bounty target. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work.
Changing max.
Contract was compromised. Stand down.
Back in the
You're
fight.
getting another chance. Weapons free.
All CXD ready.
Only 10 left. We've got 10 squads active in the field. Be advised, you still have squad mates outside the safe zone. Kill confirmed. We've located the rest of them. Enemy dropping into the AO.
This nigga's every fucking one.
Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them.
Reloading.
Take it together.
Damn, I killed 3, almost 4. Damn, dude.
Get ready. Resurgence window is about to close.
I had a weapon that I took on the ground. If I had the loadout weapon right there, maybe I was able to kill them all. I don't know.
Y me voy porque tengo un partido ahorita a las 7.
There you go. I got the Spanish with me.
¿Estás para el gym hoy o qué?
Spanish.
¿Estás haciendo cardio? Fue de esta parte.
We're headed to the war zone. Get geared up and stand by. Enemy soldier incoming.
Changing max.
Aquí fue, aquí.
Dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
Hola, ¿qué?
Me toca.
Eso fue
La otra.
Resurgence. Stay alive to keep the squad in the fight.
Yo voy para la parte de abajo, ¿sabes? Para el hueco aquí.
Enemy dropping into the AR.
Inserting armor. Marking enemy. Reloading.
Enemy intel located. Capture and secure the intel point to discover the gas spread.
Voy a poner los audífonos que hay porque no escucho.
Assault rifle here.
Yo tampoco escucho. No escucho.
¿Cómo?
Enemy soldier incoming.
Ya me escucho.
Got armor here. Enemy moving.
work. Hold down the point until it's
Están
secure.
afuera, están afuera. ¿Dónde está el agua?
Moving here.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
I'm reloading.
Marking target location.
Enemy moving.
Squad's in the safe zone. You're losing ground. Move it.
Final mag.
Task
napalm strike
on transmitted cords.
Hay gente por ahí, tira ahí para mandarle un ataque. Es un ataque.
Head for my waypoint. Reloading.
We've located the rest of them.
Uy,
Insurgent armor.
Friendly loadout drops on the way. Mark the remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Juggernaut crates incoming. Suit up. Ten remaining. Keep pushing. We've got 10 squads active in the field.
uy, tenemos gente atrás, tenemos gente atrás.
Enemies dropping into the
Arriba,
area.
están arriba.
Around. Changing mags.
Uy.
LMG rounds here. Cancel that. Got a
Time's
custom
up.
weapon
Enemies
here.
erase the
Cancel
intel.
that.
Kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tag map.
reloading.
Get hunting. Target down. Marking the rest of them.
Reinforcing armor. Insurgent armor.
All squad mates are in the safe zone. Gas is moving.
Oh, están atrás.
Enemy soldier incoming.
This never happened.
He's behind the box. He's still behind the box.
Necesito placas. Placas. Sí.
Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them.
Buena.
I'm not a doctor, but you're gonna be okay. Had it under control.
Insurgent armor.
Hostiles are resupplied.
Hunt them down. You have reinforcements inbound. Marking the rest of them.
Worst thing they ever added. Somebody sniping the fuck out of me. I don't know where the fuck he at.
Get ready. Resurgence window is about to close.
Yo, it's nobody. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, he's sniper at lighthouse. Sniper at lighthouse.
Oh, there's sniper. Yeah. Do you not have any plates?
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Your squad made it to the safe zone.
Oosh.
Still sniping all the way from lighthouse. I need an airstrike for his bitch ass.
Fucking no plates.
Moving here. Assault rifle here. Cancel that. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
Oh my god, there's somebody lying there. Fuck.
We've located the rest of them. Inserting armor. Armor pouch here. Lethal's here. Cancel that. Resurgence is closed. No more second chances. Moving here.
Acá esta partida está larga y yo me tengo que ir a jugar. Claro, Win. Suena bien.
Tú puedes. Yo sí que puedes.
Más, ¿dónde hay para revivir? Cae aquí, Lucho, cae aquí hay armas. Nah, marico, me mató a los tres el mismo.
Tal vez que es la última vez.
Ouch. Pain.
That's why you need that 150 so badly. I figured. It's bad. That's why I've been turning this off. Save power. Like, you telling me in here.
Because you're right in there.
Where else am I supposed to go?
He's arguing with his girlfriend on Call of Duty.
Just move. Back's hurting like a. I don't know. I need shots.
Damn, bro, everybody's sleeping.
Shut up.
baby.
Bike. Hell yeah.
The fuck is in the
No.
Viper?
What?
Soldier incoming.
Oh, the meatballs! I forgot we're having
What the
meatball
fuck are you
subs
talking about?
tonight. Bro, I'm having meatball subs tonight.
Nigga, you're worried about some food?
I'm worried about some food.
Where are we going?
Oh, your mom's.
Turbine?
Yeah.
He say your mom, bro.
What a vapor.
Resurgence. Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets and bring them back faster.
Fucking bronze. That's gay.
Enemy UAV is online.
Fuck, I can't do this. This is hurting my neck.
That's why I got a chair.
Fuck you in your chair. Probably about to fall through that
You have
motherfucker by now.
reinforcements inbound.
No,
Although you do weigh probably like 10 pounds less because you're hurt.
I do. Like more than
I
that.
do. I do.
I swear to God.
Assault rifle here. Enemy dropping into the AR. Marking enemy. I'm reloading.
Indicating buy station.
Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tag. Get hunting.
Oh shit, y'all go all the way
Enemies are
there.
dropping into the area. Watch the side. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map.
Where you running to, muchacho? Ah.
Indicating buy station.
Reloading.
It's.
Taking effective fire.
God damn it.
Damn, his name is IP in pool. That's crazy.
Oh my god. Why the fuck is there so many people?
Well done. Go get your revenge. Your squad mates back on station. Good work.
Why don't you sit on the floor and leave it?
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
You're the
Man.
last one standing, soldier. Survive until your squad can redeploy.
Okay, get up.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Did you hear me?
I don't want to do that.
You have reinforcements inbound.
Get close to the TV.
Mm.
I'm protecting the buy station.
Some Dorito.
If you reach it in time, you receive a discount.
Really a fucking sniper? Oh, where's that? Where's that? Where? Oh, dead.
Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tag map. Get hunting.
Oh god, I'm
Mark it
just
down.
moved out. I'm
Marking the
scared.
rest of them.
Oh, never mind.
¿Cómo? Si yo no maté a nadie.
Hey, somebody right here.
Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest.
Hay un montón.
Reloading!
There's some loot here.
Fuck.
I'm hit! I saw the light there. Took a round! Your squad mates back on station. Changing mags!
¡Ya sé, güey! Oh,
Yes.
shit! Oh, shit! Puto sniper de perro. Güey, no sé
We're
cómo
out of
me
time.
lo...
Spy station is closed.
Oh my god, I'm gonna tweak.
No fucking way.
Only 10 were left.
No fucking way, bro.
We'll get them back.
Rip.
Enemy dropping into the AO. Check weapons and gear. We're holding for deployment. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. I'm reloading! All stations green light. We're deploying to the war zone. Resurgence. Survive the countdown to earn redeployment. Secure kills to speed up the timer.
Nothing? Okay, so
Enemy dropping
I'm in
into the
solo,
AR.
but in quad so this is so stupid. I don't know why they did that to me. What the?
Confirmed. We've located the rest of them.
It's stupid, but
Oh,
Gas is inbound.
what you need? Read it. I can't afford that right now.
yeah, sorry, no, ain't no fucking surgery, bro. That shit dead.
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
Keep getting massages, keep stretching. It. I'm about to fuck around and paralyze me. Nobody. Actually, that's the problem. You clearly must have not been on Facebook today.
Classified weapon delivery is imminent. Get in position and prepare for it.
How many bullet, bro? I don't know how he lived that.
Swapping, that's not good.
That's crazy.
Back in the fight. Get ready. You're redeploying. Classified weapon is now in the field. Acquire it to gain the status. Only 10 left. We've got 10 squads active in the field.
He getting up. What the fuck?
Your enemy has gained the
Right, he's coming to
Oh, somebody else.
Dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Less than 10 was expanded. Feast only allowed.
Go, set 7 to 5. See you. Maybe 7:30?
Yeah,
see you. Yes, sir. Let's do this. I've been...
Check your gear and weapons. We'll be deploying shortly. All stations, we are green to go. Stand by for deployment. Resurgence. Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster. Enemy soldier incoming.
I'm not leaving you behind.
Thanks.
Yo, fam, yo, mic good, bro?
Capture it for information on the next gas.
Yo, fam, yo, good, yo, mic good or not?
Yeah.
I genuinely can't hear you. I'm not trying to be rude, but like I genuinely can't hear anything.
Marking self-revive.
What? Peekaboo, bitch.
Inserting additional armor.
Whoa there, buddy. Speed. We're not running away like that. We staying.
Inserting additional armor. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Whoa.
Your squad mates
I didn't mean third party, bro.
Well
See,
done.
whoa there, buddy. Put that self down. Put that self down. Oh, my bad. I didn't want to use it. He's right here. Wow. See, I'm teammate.
Yo.
Got myself up. Remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down.
Yo, my teammate, my bad. I didn't pick you up. I'm getting like, bro, who the hell is shooting me? 3 different teams.
That squad mates outside the safe.
I died. Oh my god. Bro.
I got you. Now get out of my way. I'm back on station. To the front. Earn this. loadout drop headed your way. You have reinforcements inbound.
Oh. Hey, come follow me. I'm on the buy station.
Squad mate back on station. Attention operators. Classified weapons entering the area.
Yeah, somebody will come back on. Yeah, somebody will come back on.
Your squad mate's MIA. We're reducing redeployment time.
Priming Semtex.
Back in the fight for vengeance. You're redeploying. Classified weapons now in the combat zone. Security gained the upper hand.
Third party.
Bottom of the hill.
Out of time, you've lost the intel.
Third party on that side.
Got one down.
Crafting armor. I'm reloading.
Hey, I know. Hey, that's my teammate, bro. Who you chasing, Swin? Stop chasing my teammate. Stop. Who told you could chase my teammate? Who told you could chase my teammate, bro? Who told you you could sit on my? Who told you could chase me, bro? I didn't know one told you that. Don't chase him ever again.
You're back on station.
Why you
Don't
dead,
get after
goofy
it.
ass nigga? Who the fuck you watch me talking to like that? Loud. What's that look? One
Teammate
dead.
is badass.
Be advised, opposing
One
forces
dead.
now possess a classified weapon.
Yeah, now they touching each other. Oh my god. Nah, y'all ass. Y'all
Some of
niggas
your
are
squad is
ass,
outside
bro.
the safe
Y'all.
zone.
I walked in. Two. Y'all suck. You're level 1000 stacking, bro. Get off this game. Like, go for
Your
life,
squad is
man.
down.
There's no way
Stay
we
alive.
touching each
Nah,
other.
go touch some grass or something, motherfuckers.
Touch
Enemy UAV overhead.
level 1000 too. I don't think I've seen worse.
Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done.
Like that's bad, bro. I've never seen
You have
people
reinforcements inbound.
that bad. And they level 1000 too, bro. Bad. Yo, same team got
Enemy soldier incoming.
This one's badly wounded.
Took around.
Oh, who are you?
Changing
Who
max.
are you?
Precision
Oh,
airstrike ready
who
for
are
tasking.
y'all? Oh, it's two other.
Target area marked. You're
Stand
cleared
to you,
hot.
soldier. Stay sharp. This is Longbow 3-1. Target acquired. Strike inbound. Shot missed. No joy.
Running. Two. Don't chow that. Do not chow that. Anyway. Oh, no, you don't.
Enemy UAV is online.
Yeah. There's two of them.
There's right in front of you. Two left.
Wow.
Only 10 were left. We lost that one, but we'll get a W next time.
Yeah, he probably had a UAV or something. He knew I was there.
Hostile tagged.
You've got gas moving
Enemy
in.
spotted.
They go hardcore with the music, man. Why does it feel so long, man? Let me play, let me play.
Use this time for some target practice. The real thing's coming soon. Enemies are dropping into the area. The sky. Target down!
Yo, anybody out here pumping? Yo, who got Mike?
Yep, yep.
When I hear something, it's gonna sound good. What do you guys know what this is? Yo, what is that?
What is what?
Anybody? That noise.
I don't know, someone is drinking something.
No, I'm pissing. It's coming out of my dong. You know what I'm saying? Hot urine coming out my dong. Let's go to headquarters and get that money phone.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Let's get it high, hit it hard and strong. Trust your training. Oh my god, they're pumping me. I'm getting pumped.
That was close.
Holy shit, that was fierce. Yo, get downstairs, Banana Sandwich. What are you doing? Creeping around like a freaking rapist. Yeah, nice. Just shoot at nothing, dummy. They're downstairs in the basement.
Mate is redeploying. Well done.
Where the money phone is. They're in the basement. Oh, he's pumping me. I'm getting pumped.
I'm getting pumped.
Be advised, an enemy squad is tracking your location. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work.
Enemy trophy online.
Our bug crack downstairs.
Back in the fight. Stand by for redeployment. Your objective's simple. Eliminate all bounty targets. You have reinforcements inbound.
I'm getting pumped. He's pumping me. He's pumping me.
Yeah, did you guys take? I'm pretty sure I said that on purpose. The pumping thing.
Enemy soldier incoming.
You're getting pumped.
Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. Your squad's in the safe zone. Gas is closing in.
I can't see.
Fuck you, asshole.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work.
Getting pumped. They're pumping me. I'm getting pumped. Guys, we gotta stick together. We gotta get fierce with one another.
It's fine as long as you're getting pumped.
You have reinforcements inbound.
Oh my god, they keep pumping me, dude. They must love my booty hole. I got the best booty hole. Oh yeah. Booty in the hole,
Your squad
booty
mate
at
is
my
redeploying.
hole.
Well done. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Friendly loadout drops on the way.
What the fuck, man?
Yo, how we all doing out here? Talk to me.
I'm back on station. You're redeploying.
You guys hear me?
Yeah. You still getting pumped?
I like that. Ooh, where's that, like, that voice? Where are you from?
I'm French Canadian.
I can tell. Montreal, right?
Yes.
Quebec?
Yeah, exactly.
I love Montreal. I've been there 10 times.
Oh yeah, nice.
St. Catherine Street. Oh my god. I love that place. Is it still freaky or no?
For sure.
They have strip clubs there still?
I don't know, I did not go there recently.
You've never been to Montreal?
Oh, I live at 1 hour away from it, but yeah, I've been...
Do you like the Canadians?
You mean the hockey?
Of course, the hockey. You're fucking
Yeah.
Fuck the Canadians. I'm a Bruins fan.
I don't really watch it too much. Not gonna lie.
All squad mates are in the safe zone.
I feel like our team is not that great. All the best player are sold to other team. All the best Quebec player.
I have a gay uncle that lives in Canada, Montreal. True story.
Nice.
He's getting those big dongs. Penetrating. He's getting pumped. You know what I'm saying?
He's getting
Like those
pumped.
hard
Guys.
Canadian thrusts.
Hip thrust. Dang, dude. He's getting pumped.
Oh my god, I'm getting thrusted hard.
Oh! I got one down!
Reloading!
Shit!
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Purple, watch out above you.
He's one.
Down one.
Bad aim. I almost got a nice spirit at that moment. Almost.
Back in the fight. Stand by for redeployment.
Let's pump these guys. Let them feel us from the inside.
Fuck you, asshole.
Eat that, you stupid hoe. You step to me, you step into death row, fool. You guys want to take prison roof?
Window is ending. Watch your six.
I'm on.
Let's take prison roof.
I had him low. Oh, well.
Good kill.
I don't want
Marking
this
the
whole
rest
team.
of that squad on your tag map. Get hunting. Loading new mag.
Get that recon first.
Your map containing enemy have squad mates outside the safe zone.
Fume la bouche.
Help your squad mates secure the intel. If you join them, you'll speed up capture.
Damn, you're pretty educated.
Yeah, I told you. I'm not really bullshit when I went and visited my gay uncle in Montreal. Yeah. I used to do that for 18 with him a bunch of times. Get all hammered, go to the Bruins versus Canadians game, go to the strip clubs. It was a great time. I'm also familiar with Sherbrooke. You been to Sherbrooke?
Yeah, it's near Montreal.
Well done, soldier. Check
Yeah, it's
your
like an
map
hour
for the next
east.
gas spread location.
We used to go there from college. Went to college in Vermont. We'd drive up there. I was a hockey player. We'd drive up there to get discounted hockey equipment.
Oh yeah, nice.
Turns out, though, that most of the hockey players in Canada shoot left.
Be advised, resurgence is no longer active.
I don't know if it's true. I don't.
It's true because I had trouble finding hockey sticks on my righty.
Yeah.
It's all good though. Let's get the roof.
Thank you. Enemy dropping into the AO.
Green, where you going, dog?
Your squad made it to the safe zone. Gas is moving.
They're shooting him. I'm getting pumped.
Yeah, I'm getting pumped. He's pushing you in the stair.
They're pumping me. He's pumping me. He's pumping me. Heavy thrust. Heavy thrusts. Damn it, that's fucking cause Green fucking's a bitch and left the roof.
Heavy
Oh.
trust.
Valiant effort. Keep your head up and return to base with free.
It's probably not that funny. It's just, it's more funny for me since it's not my language. I don't know. I'm getting pumped.
What happened, bitch?
Ya vino, ya le dis. Ah, bien de esto. ¿Qué es esto?
Enemy soldier incoming.
Ah,
We're headed to the war zone.
no unas gotas a la vista. ¿Para qué tener gotas a la vista? Otra vez. ¿Pero y cuándo fuiste con el viejo en el... ¿Y cuándo vas ahorita, pues? Y buscando gotas ahí en el full live y no hay lleno, pues. ¿Te están llamando? ¿Que le mandes pisto? Iban buscando gotas toda la mañana, no joder.
What's up, Mentos?
Levanté el carro, fui a ver la pieza,
Stay
fui al
alive.
taller.
Keep the squad in the fight.
Balanceo.
Let's land here.
Hasta mañana lo quiero hacer. Que no me han pagado porque no agarré mucho piso ahorita. No sé. Sí. No. Pero no fui, no fui.
Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done. Vulnerable buy station marked. Get to the buy station before time runs out to get a discounted item.
No, mañana no voy a trabajar. Voy a decirle que va a ser un mandado ya. Mucho trabajo, pues.
Buy station vulnerability exploited. Good work, team. Discount is applied.
Vehicle marked. Moving here.
All squad mates are in the safe zone. Gas
Right here.
inbound. You have reinforcements inbound. The squad mates back on station. Good work. Target
Reloading.
down. Marking the rest of them.
I'm right on ammo.
Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Enemy dropping into the AO. Load that drop. Headed your way.
The stems.
Fuel confirmed. We've located the rest of them. Waypoint set.
I'm back
You're
on
getting another
station.
chance. Weapons free.
Pago, ¿eh?
You have reinforcements inbound.
Injecting stim.
Be advised, classified weapons deployed. It'll give you an advantage. An enemy has retrieved a classified weapon. Hunt them down and take it for yourself. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done. tracked by an enemy squad. Evade and survive. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. Changing mags! Enemy UAV is online. Your squad's in the safe zone. You're losing ground. Move it. Moving here. Last mag! Loot up for grabs. Squad mates back on station. Good work. Target down. Marking the rest of them. Took a round! Contract failed. Stand down.
Come on, stay alive, motherfucker.
Changing mags.
Marking lethal.
Hostile shooter. Switching mags.
Waypoint set. Back in the fight! Returning you to the front. Earn this. You have reinforcements inbound. Vulnerable flight station.
What a bad drop, man.
To receive a discounted item. Get ready. Resurgence window is about to close.
Like, hey, to get this free kill, I guess.
You've got gas moving in. I'm back on station. Go get after it. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
The fuck? The roof. Come on, bro.
Fading here. Resurgence has been deactivated. This is the end game. Changing mags.
I'm getting destroyed.
Back in the fight. You'll have to be faster than that, soldier. Back online.
Deploying equipment.
Get your squad to the safe zone. Leave no one behind.
Reloading. Hostile on the roof. down.
Oh my god.
You're in the top 5. Bring home. Full operation KO. Your squad mate ID'd a high-value target. Lock and load. I'm back on station.
Running under the way.
Get to the safe zone. Gas is moving. Reloading. Top 3, don't let up now. 3 squads left in the war zone. Stay alert. Gas is inbound. Only 2 left.
Then this teammate will maybe do it.
Changing mags. You're losing ground. Move it. Tag on jamming hot data feed.
Primary objective complete. All targets eliminated.
Reloading.
No, we had it.
Less than 5 were still standing. Next time,
Damn.
take that victory.
Well, it's 3 hours of Call of Duty. That's enough like that. Now, Path of Exile. I'll cook some food. Watch video when it's ready. Coffee time. Alright, my food is ready. Very good video out there.
Looks like we do have that live look of President Trump right now. So let's go ahead and lift up the audio and listen in.
Well, thank you very much. This is going to be very interesting because we're going to be talking about nuclear. It's a wave of the future. We have the most brilliant people in the world standing behind me that were big into the world of nuclear, like my uncle was at MIT. My uncle was very big into nuclear for 41 years at MIT. But they've advanced somewhat since those days, I think, I hope. So today we're celebrating a historic milestone for civilian nuclear energy and the incredible renaissance of nuclear power in America. I want to thank Secretary of Energy Chris Wright, Secretary of the Interior Doug Burgum, they're fantastic, two incredible people, Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, Michael Kratsios, Director of the National Energy Dominance Council, Jared Agin,
we get it.
Chief Technology CEO of Deployable Unlimited Supply of Energy for the American People. As part of this effort, I directed Secretary of Energy Chris Wright to establish a pilot program for advanced reactors and see at least 3 cutting-edge reactors started up safely by the 4th of July. And what we've done has been pretty much of a miracle. Most believe the goal was impossible, but I'm delighted to say that 4 companies succeeded in meeting that deadline for the greatest in the world at this subject. So these are the first new privately funded advanced reactors to turn on the United States in over 4 decades, and making sure that these groundbreaking designs were safe to build and test so quickly was a challenge that required a historic partnership between these innovative companies and our administration. We have brilliant...
Bro, if Trump managed to make enough energy so we don't need Canada hydroelectricity anymore, Canada will lose even harder to Trump. Like that would be like the GG, I think, for Canada not being able to sell any electric thing to United States. Like, what? Insane.
People. We have a lot of brilliant people, but we have brilliant nuclear people on our staff. In the past, it often took 6 years or more to approve a reactor design, if they were ever approved at all. Most of them didn't get approved, and maybe rightfully so. But now America is building again, America is dreaming again, and we're leading the world and pioneering the next generation of nuclear power. There's nobody even close. We've taken a lead over the last 2 years that has been, I hope, insurmountable. We'll see. But let me ask Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, Michael Kratsios, who's been absolutely fantastic in the administration, to say a few words, followed by a few of the people. Let's see, Chris Wright will go, and Jordan Bramble, and Isaiah Taylor, then Bobby Gallagher, and Matt Lusick. And if you could, don't spend too much time. That's a lot of people. But go ahead, and do you want to start it off, Chris, please?
We have Michael Kratsios first.
Sure, go ahead, Michael.
Mr. President, you signed 4 executive orders last year, and you set one of the most ambitious goals in civil nuclear history to essentially have 3 reactors go critical by the 4th of July. This is an accomplishment that many thought would not be possible. The last time that a privately funded new reactor design went critical was in 1974, so it was over 50 years ago. And we were able to achieve that and surpass it by having 4, and these are the great 4 American companies that got it done.
Great. Go ahead, please.
In the last 30 or 40 years, the American nuclear industry has been quiescent. Most of the reactors built around the world have been built by Russia and China, both in their countries and abroad. President Trump said enough of that. America is going to be back as the leader in the nuclear space, in large reactors and in next generation small reactors. He set a bold goal. It's been exceeded, and I'm incredibly proud to be standing here with these fabulous entrepreneurs next to me.
And brilliant science people, too, really. Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you so much for your leadership. It was really your executive orders that catalyzed this nuclear renaissance. When they first came out, people scoffed at them. They said it couldn't be done. And now there's not only 3 companies, but 4 companies here that really met the moment. Us at Antares, we look forward to being a resilient energy source for Golden Dome, to power high-powered assets in space, and eventually undersea autonomy. So this is a strategic technology for our nation, and what we look forward to doing is putting reactors on our military installations before 2028.
Great job.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, please, go ahead.
And Mr. President, thank you so much for your leadership in this moment. I think that the United States has been a leader in nuclear energy since the very beginning. We were the first ever to turn on an advanced reactor in the world. We were also the first to turn on any type of nuclear reactor in the world. But over the last 30 years, we became more interested in PowerPoint than in power plants. And it's your leadership that is changing that. The executive orders that were signed last year, I think if you look forward in 50 to 100 years when we have nuclear power of every kind that's allowing us to make steel again, to make aluminum again, to actually be able to go to outer space and all the places that humanity wants to go, you could trace it back to the executive orders that started last year. So we're honored to serve our country and be a part of this. And thank you again for your leadership.
Thank you. Great job. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for setting such an audacious, bold goal. As some of the other CEOs have said, most people thought this was impossible. But the American spirit was unlocked through your vision and through the Department of Energy and the Secretary, and through the INL and John's team. We couldn't be more proud to be part of this moment. I do think this is going to be historic. I do think people are going to look back and believe that this is when the tide turned on nuclear and how we unlock cheap and abundant energy.
Thank you. Great job you're doing too, by the way.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else?
Yeah, one more. We cut it close, but we went critical at 12:20 a.m. on the 4th of July.
Wow.
So thank you again so much for setting these executive orders. Like everyone else said, we would not be here without those executive orders, so thank you so much. And what it's unlocking for us is this year we're going to be raising $1 billion, moving into a 1 million square foot facility, and our target market is data centers. So we're making the ideal nuclear product to power data centers with bring your own power. That's our whole goal. So thank you once again for unlocking this, and we really, really cannot be here without you.
That's great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have anything to say?
Sure.
Go ahead. No, I would just say, I mean, this is exactly why you created the Energy Dominance Council, that you wanted to unlock new forms of energy. People ask us all the time about green energy, and I say, if you want to invest in green energy, invest in nuclear. That's the kind of energy that's going to solve the energy demand that's out there, and that's base load energy that's going to solve our solutions, and that's the energy of the future.
Sure. Thank you.
Well, I would just add, we invented nuclear power in this country. At Idaho National Laboratory, first demonstrated nuclear power in 1951. After that, 52 different reactors were designed and tested there. But it's been, prior to the last couple of months with these gentlemen, it has been more than 50 years since we had a new reactor go critical on our site. And I have to say that in all my years, and I've been around for a while, I've never seen government, private industry, and the laboratories working together this effectively. And it's all driven by the bold goals in your executive orders. So thank you,
Thank you very much. Congratulations. So, first of all, maybe you have some questions for the people behind me. Please, go ahead.
Hi, Mr. President. I want to ask about the Saudi nuclear deal. This man over your shoulder announces a big deal after 18 months of negotiating with the Saudis. Seems like it's all done, it's signed, and then you come out, throw some new conditions on top of it, the whole thing blows up. So did he get out ahead of you, or what happened there?
No, nobody got out ahead. I mean, I just say that in order to do it, they have to be a member of the Abraham Accords, which have been very successful. But it's time now that they do it. They and others didn't want to do it because of the problem that they had with Iran. You don't have that problem anymore. You don't have a great power there anymore. You have a problem, but the problem is disappearing day by day. They were the bully of the Middle East. They were not going to be that much of a bully anymore. They'll probably, I think, instinctively want to be. But you don't have the same problem that you would have had 4 or 5 months ago, before they had no navy, no military, no anti-aircraft, no leaders. I mean, their leaders are gone. A lot of things have changed with respect to that country. So, no, we want them to, it's a two-way street, and we think it's very important for the future of the Middle East. The Abraham Accords have been incredibly successful for the countries, as you know, for the countries in them. And I think it's very important. So, you know, at some point they'll join and they'll do their Civil. That's why I call it civil nuclear, but that's what it is. No enrichment. It's civil nuclear.
Quick question about Iran. You're talking about blowing up civilian power plants and bridges. Much of the civilized world would consider that a war crime. Do you?
I won't respond to that question. Who are you with?
The New York Times.
I figured so. Failing New York Times. Yeah, please.
Javier Negra from Real America's Voice in Espanol. I just came back from Venezuela and people there are very happy with you.
Right.
With Secretary Marco Rubio, with Secretary Wright.
Good poll numbers in Venezuela.
I know some years plans for there and they are amazing. I want to give you thank you. I want to ask you one question because some people there, they are asking with that. When will there be elections? Do you have a date in mind? Senator Bernie Moreno said that July 24, 2027 could be a good day in honor of Simon Bolivar. And my second question is the football player who scored Spain's goal in the final at World Cup, Ferran Torres, celebrate the victory wearing a Make Spain Great Again cap. The communists are attacking him because they say that it's a friend of you, and also they are attacking Argentinian players because of Milei. What do you think about that?
Well, he's a great player, and he was wearing essentially a Make America Great Again cap, so it was a nice tribute, and I think he meant that very nicely, and we appreciate it. We've made America great. We have the greatest country in the world now. I will say this, we were a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, this country was in deep trouble. We had borders that were a disaster. We had everything you could possibly have, including men playing in women's sports. Even the Supreme Court's taken care of most of that problem. But we had a country that was in big trouble. It was being laughed at all over the world. We have the hottest country. This is the hottest country anywhere in the world. So I saw him wearing the essentially Make America Great Again hat. And I know that he meant it as a very great compliment, and we appreciate it. As far as the elections in Venezuela, they're not really ready for them yet, but boy, a lot of progress has been made. Delcy's been doing a fantastic job, as you know. The amount of oil coming out of Venezuela right now, even before the big companies, Exxon, all the big companies are looking at it. They're going there. It's very fertile territory. But the amount of money being made by Venezuela now is more than they've ever made before, and we're taking a lot also for our efforts. And the money is being sent, and the oil is being sent to Houston and Louisiana to be refined. And we paid for the war many times over. It's been an amazing fact, and as you say, I'm very popular in Venezuela because we're bringing tremendous economics back to the country. And they were absolutely dying. They were in such trouble. And now Venezuela is becoming extremely successful. They're taking in billions of dollars, selling millions and millions of barrels of oil. And we're getting some, and they're getting some, and everybody's making a lot. And it was dead before we got there. So it's been an incredible relationship. They're not ready yet for the elections, but at some point they will be, and we're going to be standing right on top of it. And say hello. Say hello. I've known them for a long time. I've known that country, and I own the Miss Universe pageant, and Miss Venezuela always did very well in that pageant. So I know something about the country, but I've known it for a long time. They're great people. Say hello, okay?
Mr. President, about Iran, what is the exit strategy?
Well, I think there's a lot of them. There's a military exit where we just keep going just the way we are, and we can even make it a heavier dose, and it's knocking out everything they have. Or there's a smarter strategy, and that's you make a deal. And they want to make a deal. I just don't think they're ready yet. But they do want to make a deal. Sometimes they don't want to say they want to make a deal. They want to be the tough guys. But they do want to make a deal. There's two ways. I mean, it's you can just keep doing exactly what we're doing and take them apart piece by piece. We can do it in a more rapid fashion, which we might do. Or we can negotiate with them, which we're also doing right now. I mean, as we speak, we're talking to them.
And you said today that Russia and China are not helping. Earlier this week, the War Secretary Hegseth said that they are enabling. So what is the difference?
Well, I don't know that they're enabling. I mean, I will tell you that President Xi said he will not partake, and President Putin said the same thing. I think, I trust them. They've had a long-term relationship. There could be some things they do, but thus far, at least, it has not been major. I don't think they'd want to have me disappointed.
And just a different story, not Iran. There's this nasty parasite that is giving people in 9 states explosive diarrhea. It's going to be safe to eat lettuce again.
I don't know. I haven't thought about it. It's the first time I've been asked that question. Are you eating lettuce recently?
I should always have more lettuce.
You are out of here, Peter. No, it's a very interesting question from you. I didn't think you'd ask that kind of a question. Nobody wants to ask that question, but it's exciting.
There's this food coming in, I guess, from Mexico. It's tainted. It's making a lot of people sick. That is the CDC's terminology.
I think what we're going to do is we're going to put a major tariff on Mexico because of the lettuce, and we're going to put a big tariff on Canada because of the smoke. All right? We'll get a combo. Which would you have, the lettuce or the smoke? I think I'll take the smoke.
Yeah, the smoke wrecked my daughter's swim meet.
Well, it's closed up a lot of countries. I've told Canada they have to do something about it. You know, we've never had this problem. All of a sudden, we have this problem with Canada. So we'll have to talk to them about that.
Follow up on Iran. Thank you, sir. Follow up on Iran. Have you made a decision about the major strikes that you were referring to? Okay. Should we expect to see major strikes?
Look, we're talking to them right now. I think they're getting more and more serious as the days go by, for maybe the obvious reason. But we are talking to them right now. Look, there are 2 ways. I consider that the smarter way, but the other's probably the easier way, doing what we're doing. And we can take that to a much higher level if we want to. You know, we're prepared to do that, as you know. We're locked and loaded. We're locked and loaded and ready to go, but we're talking to them, so I think while we're talking, we'll see what comes of it.
And when you say,
I believe, Jeff, they're very serious. They should be.
And when you say that you're talking, is it Mr. Kushner or Mr. Witkoff, or who's involved in those talks?
Sort of everybody. JD and Marco and a lot of people are talking to, a lot of people to talk to. It's a big deal. But really, when you get right down to it, it's not very complex. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. You know, very, very simple actually, but it's a big deal. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they have even a thought of a nuclear weapon, we will just continue to go at much higher levels. But we are talking right now, and we'll see what comes of it. I'm not, you know, despite what everyone says about the election, I'm not in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry. We have to do it right. Elections take care of themselves. When you know, when I went into Venezuela, everybody was against it. Oh, what are you doing going into Venezuela? And then 2 days later, they said, wow, that's fantastic. A lot of people are saying that with Iran already, because it would take them 25 years to rebuild already from what they have. And again, as you know, no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft, no radar, no nothing. And we, as you know, we just reinstituted the I guess you could go, I call it the iron wall on the water. Nothing gets through. Nothing. Blockade. Nothing gets through. And they sort of have to make a deal. But we are talking to them. I think they're being serious. I think they are being by far the most serious that we've seen them. But that doesn't mean we get there. We'll see what happens. But I always prefer that alternative.
Mr. President, did you? I have an energy question. So, Burgum, you might be able to help with this. So, you have criticized windmills for quite a long time. They're very ugly. They tend to use more energy than they actually produce.
That's true.
A lot of people
You've done your homework.
A lot of people in Middle America, they are just so tired of seeing them continue to go up on farmland and stuff like that. Is there any way to? Is our federal government still funding in any way, putting these up?
We have. I can speak for Doug, and then I'm going to let Doug speak because he knows the subject. I do know that subject well. We have not approved anything having to do with windmills. They are horrible. They are unsightly. They ruin housing values of people. If you're looking at a windmill or hearing a windmill because they're noisy, they kill all the birds. They kill all the eagles. You know, you shoot an eagle, you go to jail for 2 years. If you kill an eagle with a windmill, you don't go to jail, and they have hundreds of them laying on the ground. You know, it's terrible.
Oh yeah, damn, that's about. I did not know that.
And they're all made in China, but China has very few windmills. You know, they They're made in China, but China doesn't use them for the most part. China actually uses coal, oil and gas. They use nuclear, by the way. They're getting very big in nuclear, I want to tell you, this little group. But they don't use wind. Wind is inconsistent, it's unattractive, it's very expensive. It's probably the most expensive form of energy, so I've been talking about it. We essentially, unless there's a trick reason, we will have hopefully no wind farms approved. We're doing more than anybody ever in history having to do with energy, but I've restricted wind farms, windmills. Take a look at Palm Springs, California, where they have a wind farm. As you enter beautiful Palm Springs, California, it looks like a junkyard. You have old ones, rotted ones, they're falling down all over the place. They don't want to bury them because they say the fiber that the blades are made out of should not go in the ground because it's going to poison the ground. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but if it's not going to go in the ground, what do you do with it? Put it up in the air?
Yeah.
So, good. I see you're not a fan of windmills.
No, I'm not a fan of windmills, Mr. President. I'm very passionate about this.
Doug, do you want to speak about that first?
Well, no, but I would say, yes, President Trump has wisely understood that wind was unreliable, intermittent, dependent on the weather, only existed particularly offshore because of massive subsidies. So not only was it expensive to generate electricity on the grid, it was also expensive for taxpayers because of subsidies. And so again, President Trump shifting the policy towards energy dominance, which is reliable, affordable, 7x24 energy that's not dependent on the weather. And that includes nuclear, includes hydro, includes geothermal, includes oil and gas, includes beautiful coal. And again, China, 60% of their electricity is coming from coal. Coal was the #1 electric producer in the world 125 years ago, and it was for the last 125 years in a row, and it will be again this year. 126, quite a streak if you're an athletic team that they've won 126 years in a row. But President
we were restricted from using it.
Yep.
Every coal mine was going to be closed down within the next year if we didn't win the election. And it's I call it clean, beautiful coal, because it is. What they do today with coal is amazing, but it is the most powerful. And with that, go ahead, Doug.
Well, as I say, under President Trump's leadership, and then working together as a team across government with Chris Wright, Lee Zeldin, Energy Dominance Council, we've kept open 35 gigawatts of coal this last year, and if that 35 gigawatts was not up this past winter during the cold streak and Storm Fern, we would have seen brownouts, blackouts, and literally people dying in America during that cold weather. So again, President Trump's the elections matter. When he came in, he turned the direction back towards reliable, affordable energy. Nuclear is a key part of that with these amazing entrepreneurs. And I just would add to this up here. People need to understand, the four guys that are standing up here did not get a government grant. This is private sector. President Trump unleashed capital going back in, billions of dollars of capital going back into the nuclear industry. President Trump understands innovation is the source of American greatness. You get rid of the regulation, you support entrepreneurs, the capital flows, America wins.
Mr. Secretary, the starting for this nuclear, dominance, what does that look like for the American people out there? Like, what are those first steps that we can see in these coming months and years?
Well, I was going to say, I'll go on, you can see it right now, because when you take a look across the whole world, President Trump's policies, whether it's Venezuela, whether it's Alaska, whether it's reinstating export for 18 months ago, we had a ban on LNG exports from our country. Now we're the world's largest exporter of LNG. President Trump's policy was, let's sell energy to our friends and allies, keep it affordable at home, so our friends and allies can stop buying from our adversaries. Russia was selling virtually all of the natural gas into Western Europe. 2/3 of that gas has been displaced by America. America has turned those into our customers, supporting our allies. And with Venezuela, as President Trump said, that flowing to our refineries on the South Coast, that's lowering gas prices for America. Unleashing Alaska, which the previous administration sanctioned more than Iran, that's going to again help provide low-cost energy for Americans. So today we have the lowest priced, most secure energy of any country in the world. That's going to change the course of this country for decades to come.
Mr. President, what? The Justice Department last night withdrew those subpoenas to the New York Times journalists who reported on Air Force One. Do you support these type of subpoenas to journalists? Or are you going to encourage the administration?
We're not after journalists, we're after leakers. We're after people that are cowards, people that are unpatriotic, people that are treasonous in many cases. And the way you find them is through the journalists, when the journalists probably know they shouldn't write. They shouldn't be giving information out like that particular information or others. We had a lot of, look at the Supreme Court where they leaked the opinion of Roe v. Wade early. That person should be found. And the way you find them is to tell the journalist, if it's something having to do with national security, you tell the journalist, who is it? And we have a long way to go with that case.
So you think it's appropriate to subpoena family members of journalists to find out information?
Say it again.
There were subpoenas to family members of the journalists too.
I don't know what's appropriate, what's not. We do it legally. Barack Hussein Obama did it all the time. He went after journalists and nobody said anything about it. He went after journalists. They said, who was the leaker? Who was the leaker? And if you don't give us the leaker, you go into jail. You know that. But when, Obama does it, it's okay. When I do it, it's not. In many cases, that's the only way you're going to find out who a leaker is, and it has to do with national security. It's amazing. He did it many times, and nobody said anything about it. But when a Republican does it, when in particular Trump does it, everybody makes a big deal. Now, the way you find out is you say to the journalist, if it's national security, I would say, I really put it down to national security, not in all cases, but when you have somebody doing a national security leak or a leak of great importance, and you have somebody inside the walls of, let's say, the White House leaking, I think that's a national security concern. I think it's absolutely fine. And again, I'm not knocking Obama for doing it. I'm knocking the press for not even wanting to cover it. But Obama did that often. Other presidents have done it also. They go to the journalist or the reporter. They say, national security, who gave you this information? I'm okay with that.
Mr. President, did you authorize for Secretary Wright to sign the Saudi nuclear deal? If not, why did he sign it?
Well, we didn't talk about it, but it was always understood, and Chris knew, and Saudi Arabia knew, that if they didn't join the Abraham Accords, the deal's not, I'm not going to do the deal.
So then why did he sign it?
Senator John...
Because they understood that in order, it's subject to Congress and everything else, in order for that deal to go through, they had to sign into the Abraham Accords, and they've had great success. The Abraham Accords have been very successful, but in order to do that, we wanted them, we want them in. We think it's very good. We think the Abraham Accords bring peace in the Middle East, and now there's no longer an Iran factor. There's no longer Iran to worry about because they've been reduced in terms of their capability and power by many-fold.
Thank you. Senator John Thune has suggested that if the White House thinks that there are votes to pass the Save America Act, you should be picking up the phone.
Who are you with?
I'm with the Washington Examiner, sir. Could you be doing more to help that legislation pass?
Well, I do more. I got 3 congressmen, maybe 4, to settle, to send it to the Senate. We got the vote, as you know, in Congress. I got a call from Mike Johnson, who's fantastic. He's a fantastic speaker, one of the best I've ever seen, and I think he's going to go down as one of the best. He called. He said, we have problems with 3 or 4 people. Could you call them? I called them. Every one of them, after I called them, voted, and we got it passed up to the Senate. And I'd certainly be willing. I mean, he's got 4 or 5 people that are very difficult. A couple of them I put out of office, so I understand how it feels. I mean, they're doing the wrong thing. Look, who cannot approve voter ID? Who cannot approve proof of citizenship? Who cannot approve funding military when you're winning a war and what you're supposed to do, stop fighting? We're winning a war by a lot. We're talking to them right now. They're willing to do things that they would have never done. Other presidents should have done this a long time ago. They say 47, but now it's actually 50 years. We've been saying 47 for 3 years. So it's 50 years. For 50 years, they should have done it. But who wouldn't approve voter ID? And that's photo ID. Who wouldn't approve proof of citizenship? And the Democrats don't want it because they cheat. But no Republican should put us in a position where they don't approve something like that. Yeah, but...
And then earlier today, you reposted Lara Loomer's interview with President Zelensky. What do you make of growing MAGA support for the war in Iran? War in Ukraine, sorry.
Well, I think they support what I support. You know, we just had a complete win in Arizona. The young gentleman was Harry Enton, I believe his name is. The pollster said Trump's 100% favorable and gets everybody endorses wins, which is pretty much true. Everyone I endorse, just about, wins. So there seems to be a natural bond between me and MAGA, but I'm the one that created MAGA, and I know what MAGA wants better than anybody else. You know, MAGA knows what MAGA wants, and MAGA is very happy. They want to see this done, and they're not going to be happy if it's not done. Make America great again. It's all about make America. You know, we started that a long time ago. But the concept of not approving voter ID or not approving proof of citizenship, and I won't even get into the ballot thing because, you know, we'll hold that maybe for another time. I think the two are 97, 98% issues. I think the ballots are 75% issue. But even at 75, they should do the ballots. The ballots are in many ways more important than even the first two. But they're a little more controversial because some people don't want to go and vote. But most great Americans want to go and vote. The corrupt ballot stuff, that you saw that with the recent election in Los Angeles, the mayor's election, where the young guy, I don't know him, I came to the office recently after he lost, and they find all these ballots all of a sudden out of the, they came down from heaven, hundreds of thousands of ballots. Isn't it wonderful? He had no chance of losing, you know, Spencer Pratt. He had no chance. He was going to be in second place or first place. But, and I know, I saw it happen. I said, oh, he's not going to win. He had to beat somebody. He was way up on a person that nobody ever heard of, a young woman who nobody ever heard of. She cried that night that she lost. But all of a sudden, time went by, and the election's long over. And I heard a report that Spencer Pratt's not doing that well. I said, watch, he's going to lose. And he lost. It's crooked. We have crooked elections in some places. Yeah.
Today, it was announced LeBron James has decided that he wants his next team to be the 76ers. Where do you stand on LeBron versus Michael Jordan as the best ever?
Well, Michael Jordan's a guy that's a friend of mine. Play golf with him. He's a really good guy. And I think LeBron is, maybe he's a racist, but maybe he doesn't like Trump. I don't know. But I only like people that like me. So I would say Michael Jordan all the way.
And another sports question. When Tiger Woods was about to get arrested, he called you. Yeah. Now we know that when Bryson DeChambeau was having a dispute with a rules official this week, he wanted to call you. You got involved with a red card for the U.S. men's soccer team. Is there a precedent for somebody with your job becoming a fixer for the world's best athletes?
Well, it's not a fixer, me being a judge. Like, you know, I thought the Bryson call was a tough call. You know, I saw him walking around. I see a lot of people, they're walking around looking for their ball and weeds, okay? But I've been watching that, so, you know, I thought it was a tough call against him. I thought the red card was a very tough call. And it worked out brilliantly. Look, supposing that they didn't let him play and we lost, everyone would have been angry, right? The way it was that they lost with their best player. Now everyone's happy, including Belgium. Of course, they lost the next game, so they're not that happy either. But it worked out great. Johnny did a good job in making that call. All I did, I asked for a review. I thought that call was not a good call.
Mr. President, your administration announced new tariffs today, and you did a post earlier also about a probe against the EU. Are you confident that the new tariffs and any tariffs that may come from this probe will withstand legal scrutiny?
Well, these tariffs have been up for a long time. They've been approved for years, thousands of cases they've been approved. Of course, with me, you know, it's different. I go up, I don't get treated fairly. But I've lived with it. And here we are in the Oval Office. I guess I somehow figured it out. But no, we put the tariffs on. They're very standard tariffs. The other way was easier. I thought the decision by the Supreme Court was not a good one. But we have many forms of tariffs. And all we did is go to B, you know, follow the line B. Now, B is something that's been used many, many times for years and very standard. And we've used that, and we're taking in billions of dollars, and because of tariffs, largely, I think the election, November 5th, but largely because of tariffs, we have $19.2 trillion being invested in our country, and without tariffs, we would be in big trouble. Think of it, so the sleepy Joe Biden administration has less than $1 trillion being invested, much less for 4 years. We have $19.2 trillion for 1 year. There's never been anything like it in history. That's because of tariffs. So the Supreme Court said, please do it a different way. You have other ways to do it, and we did that.
Last month, USTR said Iran, child labor was one of the things that USTR cited as a reason.
Well, it seems to me that that's what they decided. They go all over the world and they look and they examine and they see and they see. And child labor was one of the things that one of the reasons, and they had a big problem with that. Yeah.
You told Axios that you were considering a quote massive attack on Iran. What is the tipping point for you to make the decision?
Well, I can't tell you that. Right now we're talking to them, so maybe there won't be a tipping point, and maybe there will. And we're ready to go. Look, we're locked and loaded. We're ready to go, but we're talking to them. So maybe there will be, maybe there won't be a tipping point.
But at what point with Iran do you think they're going to cry uncle and actually come to the table?
Well, maybe they will cry uncle, or maybe they'll just give up, or maybe they'll just go into a cave and hide. They have caves very deep in the ground, and they can hide. They get shaken up pretty good, but they can hide. But we've taken out their first level of leadership. We've then taken out their second level of leadership. We've taken out some of the third level. And we're negotiating with the rest. And we'll see how it all works. And right now we are talking to them seriously, but I've talked to them before, and they don't seem to be able to get there. Maybe now they will. But, look, if I thought they were anywhere near getting a nuclear weapon, if I wasn't elected, Israel would, in my opinion, not be around anymore. They would have been hit by a nuclear weapon. And that includes right at the beginning with Barack Hussein Obama's nuclear deal that was so bad with Iran. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. And maybe even more so, the B-2 bombers. If that plane right there, that beautiful plane, the wing, it carries the largest bombs in the world. If that bomb didn't go over their 17-hour flight, and it hit every one of those bombs, hit their target, and the target was an air shaft at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's hard to believe, right? Going at very tremendous speeds. Every one of them hit and blew it to hell. If that didn't happen, they would have had a nuclear weapon, and there would be no Israel. If I wasn't here, if I wasn't president, there would be no Israel, and there probably would be no Middle East. And you saw that when they shockingly started shooting at everybody all over the Middle East. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used that. There might not be a Middle East as we know it today, but there definitely, in my opinion, there would not have been an Israel. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you.
All right, President Trump there speaking in the Oval Office on nuclear innovation.
Limited progress on Ukraine today. Is Russia serious about peace this time?
I mean, you think we settled the war in Ukraine in our 30 minutes in there here in Asia? That's not the way it works. Look, we had a good conversation, a frank conversation. I'm not going to tell you what we talked about because these diplomacy doesn't work well when you run to the microphones afterwards. Suffice it to say, I'll tell you what I told you yesterday. The United States, the president's been clear that we want, if we can, we are prepared to play a constructive role in bringing about an end to a senseless war. And we're ready to do that. And we, of course, expressed that. And we've expressed it in other means. So we talked about other things as well, though.
Did you talk about Russia sharing information with Iran targeting U.S. troops?
Well, who says that they are?
Are they not?
Who says they are?
Peg said the knowledge that Russia was enabling in some ways, Russia and China.
Yeah, but that's a different question from what you just asked me. Who said that they're doing
There's
that?
been reporting that there's...
Reporting in the media?
Yeah.
Oh, then it must be true.
So is
It's
it
in the
not-
media. It's a leaker. I'm not going to, let's imagine that were true. I certainly wouldn't discuss it in the press. I've already told you guys yesterday something, and I was very clear about it. Nothing that Iran is doing, nothing that anyone's doing to help Iran is in any way increasing their ability to target Americans. What you need to all understand, because we've explained this repeatedly, is Iran has spent the better part of 20 years not just sponsoring terrorism, but building long-range rockets, short-range missiles, and drones. And they were intending to build them a lot more. They were intending to double their stockpile of the stuff you're seeing them use now. They were going to double that. And they were going to use that and hide behind that to say, we're untouchable. We can now do a nuclear weapon, and you guys can't touch us or we'll overwhelm your air defenses, which is why the president had to address this threat. And he did, and he should have. And other presidents should have done it earlier. The world will be a safer place because we addressed it. Unfortunately, you know, in the short term, it creates disruptions. But you know what's really disruptive? A nuclear weapon in the hands of these radicals.
In Ukraine, do you sense that the momentum is shifting a little bit in the conflict? And if so, does that manifest itself?
I think it's a bloody war. I think it's a very bloody war. I think, you know, Russia's now suffering strikes deep in their territory. That's something you didn't see. At the end of the year, the winter's still going to hit Ukraine, and they're, you know, obviously going to have to defend their airspace. People suffering every day. I think it's the only conflict, I've been told, it's the only conflict that anyone in the military can recall where the killed in action rate is higher than the casualty rate. That's how bloody it is. The Russians, I believe, are losing upwards of 5,000 to 6,000 soldiers a week. That's a staggering number. Well, look, guys, I mean, when I have these talks, these things don't work well unless I come out here and characterize what the other side is saying. Suffice it to say that I think it's obvious to everyone that this war is very bloody. And look, Ukraine's paid a tremendous price as well. I mean, we've seen, you know, civilian deaths, strikes in Kyiv. We've seen some of that increase. Certainly, I mean, this war has not been good for Ukraine either. So I think both sides should have an incentive to bring it to an end. That's been the challenge, is an end that both sides can accept. And we've tried and we'll continue to try to see if we can, you know, find a middle ground that brings this about. And we're prepared to play that role if the opportunity presents itself. We expressed that today, and we've expressed it in the past.
Russia launched live-fire drills in the Taiwan Strait.
Yeah.
And apparently used water cannon on Philippine vessels near Scarborough Shoal.
Yeah, those are two separate incidents. Yeah. Yeah, look, I mean, they know where we feel about those issues. Obviously, we publicly expressed ourselves on the missile launch. It's a destabilizing event. And on what's happened with the Philippines, you know, obviously we saw that too. The whole world saw it, and it's disturbing, you know. And these challenges and these claims of sovereignty over territory are a growing challenge. It's why we continue to reiterate our commitment to our treaty partners, but also our commitment to freedom of navigation and respect for territorial rights in the region. And it's one of the cornerstones of our engagement in the Indo-Pacific, and especially via ASEAN. And I made that point in every forum that we've had here.
So President Trump, he said on True Social that the U.S. is going to bomb and destroy a bridge or power plant every time that Iran targets a ship in the strait. If you're talking about civilian infrastructure there, do you think that is
This is what he's talking about. Iran is begging us, okay, both directly and indirectly. Let's do a deal. Let's talk. Iran is begging every day. The problem with Iran is every time they make a deal, the people that are in charge there, they either break it or they want to change it. So it looks like they're not ready to make a deal. So they're going to continue to pay a price. And every night the price gets higher and higher and higher. And that's what's happening now. And until maybe in a few days they'll be ready to make a deal once they realize that this is not a winning proposition for them. And that's what the president is outlining. The idea that this is going to continue, it's not going to continue this way. The price will continue to get higher every single night until they come to their senses. Right now, apparently they haven't come to their senses, and so the president doesn't see a lot of utility in responding to their overtures at this point, because frankly, Iran is clearly not ready to make a deal, at least not one they're willing to live by.
But is he talking about
Secretary,
civilian infrastructure
yesterday
and
you were
bridges?
saying you were hoping that there would be de-escalation in the Red Sea, and the Houthis now attacked two Saudi ships. What is your reaction to that?
Yeah, look, I hope that they'll stop. They shouldn't really do that. They got suckered into this by the Iranians. You know, the Houthis largely were smart and stayed out of all this throughout the conflict, but they now apparently have gotten themselves suckered into this, going after Saudi Arabia and their ships. And by the way, that's, you know, I was reading reports a few hours ago that there was actually a Saudi fuel ship that's flagged Chinese. It's a Chinese ship. Are they going to blow up the Chinese ship and this becomes a problem for China? This will become a problem for the whole world. But I hope that will de-escalate, because I think the Houthis, frankly, got snookered into this thing by the Iranians. And they were smart to stay out of it, and they should stay out of it, and they should stop. We'll see what happens there. Obviously, it's not a positive development. We'll see what happens. I'm sorry, man. I love his little court reporter thing. It's cool. Why didn't the rest of you guys have this? This guy's the smartest guy here. Look at that. I know he is. Better catch up. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes. What prompted the easing of sanctions on Hong Kong last week in terms of letting the executive order expire?
Yeah, no, it wasn't easing of sanctions. The executive order expired. The conditions underlying some of those elements no longer existed. But there remain other individuals that remain sanctioned nonetheless, despite the executive order is partial expiration on certain individuals, but not on others. It just depends on the light of it. And the justification and rationale behind that original executive order had sort of, the circumstances had changed in the president's judgment. But there are individuals, there's still a significant number of individuals in Hong Kong that remain sanctioned, that were not covered by the executive order, and that remains in place. And obviously that was raised with us yesterday, but we don't see a change anytime in the near future on that.
The Secretary, Russian readout of your meeting also once again mentions Anchorage proposals. Can you please clarify what those proposals are and how relevant are they today?
Yeah, I mean, there was no, proposals, we know they've been reported about. They call it 3+2, they're trading a terror, but those failed. You can't have a peace deal unless both sides agree to it, and the Ukrainians would not agree to it, and so that's why that effort didn't work. So we'll have to find new suggestions and new ideas, because certainly that one, it was not acceptable to Ukraine at the time, and I don't think it's acceptable to them now either. In fact, it's probably less acceptable to them. So, when peace comes, it'll be because of some new idea and some new concepts, and we're prepared to offer some of those in the right setting and form. If the opportunity presents itself and the conditions are right, we're prepared to play that role in a positive way.
Will the president meet with
strategy in assisting Manila in terms of putting more strategy in terms of the sites, in terms of freedom of navigation operations? Will you be conducting more of that soon?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're a treaty ally. I mean, the United States and the Philippines have a treaty, and so we'll live by that treaty. We're committed to supporting our treaty partners, and obviously we've already done quite a bit. In fact, there was a U.S. Coast Guard vessel in the region at the time that this happened, and actually helped stand between the two sides and allowed the individual who was injured to be rescued and brought back for medical treatment. So we're already here, we're already present, we have a role, and we're not going to abandon our allies. We've made that abundantly clear. We're going to have a good relationship with China. Okay, these are the two most powerful economies in the world, two large militaries, two nuclear powers. We have to have a relationship with China. We want it to be as positive as it possibly can be. But that won't come at the expense of our allies and our partners in the region or our presence here either.
Sir, it's been a day since we asked you about the Saudi nuclear
yeah.
Have you had it?
Well, let me refer you. I know that was in the press the last few days, but let me refer you back. I think it was in November of last year when the Energy Department entered into this agreement. So the details are there. Obviously, even when the official announcement is made, it will have to go through a congressional notification process, and then we can talk more in depth about it. But suffice it to say that the U.S. is always looking for cooperation agreements with allies. I mean, Saudi Arabia is a strategic partner of the United States, and I think, without speaking in specificity about that deal, but in general, we're not the only country in the world that offers nuclear technology. And when countries decide they want to pursue a peaceful civil nuclear program, we prefer them do it with us than do it with some other country. It allows us to have influence over the direction that it goes. It allows us to make sure that there are safeguards in place, things of this nature. And in the case of Saudi Arabia, they've been an important strategic partner for us, so it would make sense for us to enter into such an agreement. But obviously the details of it, once it's released, you'll see it, you'll be able to understand it, and more importantly, it'll go through its congressional review process, which is a key part of this, so there'll be a lot more questions answered at that time.
Would you be comfortable with Saudi Arabia initiating reprocessing?
I'll let the agreement speak for itself. Suffice it to say that any agreement that we're going to make with any country in the world on civil nuclear energy is going to be one that will have safeguards in place to ensure that it can't be turned into a weapons program. And one of the best safeguards is to make sure that American technology and American companies are the ones that are involved in doing it. If, on the other hand, a country pursues nuclear technology with another country, well, then we don't really control those safeguards. So, again, Saudi Arabia seeks to have a peaceful civil nuclear program. Other countries do as well. We have a similar agreement in place now with the UAE, and U.S. companies are the world standard in providing that. And so we are always looking for opportunities, by the way, not just in conventional reactors, but in small modular reactors, which is an area that we are increasingly around signing MOUs all over the world to help do as well. To countries that are exploring civil, peaceful nuclear energy, the United States wants to be their partner of choice, and we're always looking for opportunities to be able to make sure that our technology and our companies are the ones that are providing that. Does anybody over here have questions? Because this side is really lopsided. Go ahead.
Did the U.S. put sanctions on China's Moonshot AI for apparently distilling?
I don't have any announcement on that today. Go ahead.
The Saudis agreed to the additional protocol. It's sort of the gold standard, and if the administration is trying to stand up to say that non-proliferation is a problem in the Middle East, shouldn't that be the basis?
Any agreement that we would make on civil nuclear energy with Saudi Arabia or any other country is going to have safeguards in place to ensure that those cannot ever be turned into a weapons program. I mean, that's the gold standard. And obviously, we live in a new era. There are competitors that we face, so we'll have to adjust individual deals to that reality. We're not the only show in town, but we're the best show in town. But we want to make sure that it's our companies they're picking. So again, we understand any deal we enter into with any country will have to go through a congressional review process. And so we will ensure that in order to get congressional approval, we're going to need to have those safeguards in place, whether they're structured differently how they are from other deals in the past or not will depend on the individual deal.
On Cuba policy, you said in recent...
I'm in Asia. You're asking me about Cuba. It's far.
But you said yesterday you're the main guy in Cuba policy, so we should ask.
No, I said I'm most of all. You guys were asking me a question about people that are involved in Cuba policy, so no one's more involved in it than me, so go ahead.
This is a good question for you. So you've said in recent months that the economic system can't improve unless there's a change in the political system. But you've been very vague about what that change in the political system would entail. Can you give us some more details with the Communist Party staying in power but a different leadership, with the Castros still being in power? With,
so you want me to give you details on our plan?
Yeah.
Okay, not today. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to tell you this. No, here's what I told you, and this is the truth. The people who are in charge of the country don't know what they're doing. They don't know. They don't know how to fix their economy. They don't know how, they don't understand basic concepts. And I think the challenge that Cuba has faced for the last 15 years is they want to somewhat improve their economy, but they're afraid that if they improve it too much, they'll lose political control over people. That's the challenge that they face. So I think for us, we're looking for an opportunity to influence the direction that goes, because it's 90 miles from our shores, and we want Cuba to be prosperous. We want Cuba to be free. But in that sense, you know, on the level of detail you're asking me, suffice it to say that as long as the people that are in charge think the way these people think and act the way these people act, it's going to be difficult for them to make the changes that need to be made in order for Cuba to have a better future. Because they just really, they don't understand it. Some of them are incompetent, and some of them just basically don't understand, and others are just so recalcitrant that they'd rather, you know, destroy the country than ever walk away from a failed ideology, although I think the number of people in that category is less than it's ever been. But for the most part, it's just people that don't know what an economy is supposed to look like. They really don't. And because they've always relied on foreign sponsors. That regime has survived on subsidies from the Soviet Union and then from Chavez. This is the first time they don't have a sponsor that's giving them subsidies for free. And they don't know what to do with themselves because all they've done is freeload off these countries for all these years. The people of Cuba deserve better than that. Did you have a question? Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the appropriate defense spending for allies like Japan and the Philippines?
What is my opinion on
defense spending, appropriate defense spending?
Well, we've communicated that to them, but look, at the end of the day, I still think that, you know, these are partners and allies, but we want countries to assume more responsibility for their own security. And for the most part, I think the countries in this region agree. And so the U.S. will continue to do its part. But by the same token, we're now, in many cases, dealing with advanced and wealthy economies who have the ability to spend more on their own defense, and they should. I think the primary responsibility of any government is the national security of their country. So, you know, but I don't think it's a point of conflict between us and the region. Yes.
Are you looking to at least step up this support that you've mentioned, especially near the Union?
Yeah, Rubio would be better than GD Vance, not gonna lie.
Yeah, look, again, we have a treaty agreement with the Philippines that we intend to keep. We have a treaty agreement with that we intend to live by. And we have had a long-standing defense partnership. We don't view that as a hostile act towards anybody. We view it as keeping our commitments to long-term allies with whom we have many shared values, shared history, and we hope shared future.
Venezuela, you said that next month, I think, they're going to start this transition
First week of August, yeah.
Yeah, between the interim government and
the 2015 Assembly.
The 2015 Assembly. Is there going to be a direct role for Maria Corina Machado and her opposition movement that won?
Well, that's up to the Venezuelans to decide. I'm sure she can play a role if they allow, you know, if they want her to. The 2015 National Assembly is the government that we recognized up, you know, that's the government we had recognized up until these changes when we have these interim authorities. But we think it's a really good development. In the end, I would say that in order for Venezuela to have the reconciliation that that country requires to move forward on all these other projects, every element of Venezuelan society needs to be represented. And obviously Maria Corina represents an important element of that. I mean, she's got supporters there and people that are supportive of her. And there are others as well. But a reconciliation process, we are there to facilitate it, not to dictate it. And we will certainly provide guidance and support in the direction that it moves forward. We think it's important for the country to do that, and there's a lot to work on. I mean, if you think about in a country like that, that's been under a regime now for 20 to 25 years, political parties have to transition from being street protest movements to electoral forces. You have to have a free and open press so you can communicate it. You have to have an electoral council that actually accurately count the votes. You have to have enough security in the streets to ensure that the ballot box is safe and people aren't being intimidated. There's a lot that goes into an election. Then creating the infrastructure for an election that really was not invested in for a very long time. In some cases, they were hostile towards. So there's a lot of change to happen. But what it requires is patience, persistence. We have to stay on top of it because these transitions do take some time. They don't need to take a decade or even 5 or 7 years, but they take more than a few weeks, especially when you're dealing with something that's been in place for 25 years, unfortunately, for the people of Venezuela.
There's some prominent Republicans who have said they want you to take over the Iran negotiations. They trust you. They think that you will prioritize Israel's interests, and they're attacking Vice President Vance.
Who are these prominent Republicans?
Senator Xi, the Wall Street Journal opinion page. There's people.
Well, that's not Republican. That's a newspaper.
Well,
You're a troublemaker with these questions. No,
right.
No. Look, guys, listen. Here's the bottom line. You know who the lead negotiator is? His name is Donald J. Trump, the President of the United States. That's who dictates our policy. He has a team of people that work together on this. We all have a role to play, depending on what the topic is. We have very good negotiators in Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. We have the Vice President of the United States, which is the second highest ranking official, which tells you how the importance we've given this file. Obviously, I have a role to play. The Department of War has had a role to play. That's how we approach it. This doesn't, I mean, it's a combined effort, and it always should be.
Do you wish people didn't endorse you to take over the talks yourself?
I mean, you're telling me about that, but that's not how our system works. That's not how this administration works. It starts at the top. The president is in charge, and he has a team of people that provide counsel and provide advice, but ultimately whose job it is to execute on the president's directive. We have a great team that works very well together. On that topic, we work well together on a number of topics. We work together as a team on Lebanon. We work together as a team on Venezuela. We work together as a team on the Thailand-Cambodia peace agreement that was put together. We've worked together as a team. We have a really good core team that works on foreign policy and national security. And oftentimes it's a multi-agency effort because there's a role for Treasury to play. Sometimes there's a role for energy to play. That's how these things work. It's not one person. It's all these different elements of our government that have to work in conjunction and in concert to execute on the president's directive and on the direction that he's giving us.
Secretary argued that the ICC threatens the sovereignty of the United States and its allies. How do you reconcile that position with the need for an international mechanism to hold perpetrators of war crimes and crimes against humanity accountable?
Well, here's how I reconcile it. We're not members of the ICC. We never signed that treaty. We never joined it. And they somehow claim that they have a right, nonetheless, to go after non-treaty members and put heads of state and others in jail. We've long had quarrels with them, and we have lunatics and crazies involved in the ICC that are talking about charging members of the U.S. military, maybe even the president or a future president, with the crimes. And it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. We are not members of that court. We never signed on to that treaty. They need to understand that. If people want to sign on and be a part of that stupid organization, they can. But we're not going to be a part of it, and they're not going to apply their jurisdiction to Americans. That's just not going to happen. We're not going to tolerate it now or in the future. And we've warned them about it repeatedly. And now they're going to see the consequences of ignoring us.
Mr. Secretary, can I come back to Ukraine, please?
You want to go back to Ukraine? Oh, as a question, you're saying.
As a question,
okay.
yes.
Yeah.
And you're meeting with Mr. Lavrov. The Russian Foreign Ministry issued a statement saying that Mr. Lavrov told you or asked you or said to you that the U.S. needs to stop arming Ukraine. What was your reaction? And there's a statement, they said that.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't know what the statement said. I know what happened in our meeting. At the end of the day,
what did you say?
well, first of all, the U.S. position on it is we sell arms. Yeah. We sell arms via Pearl, which is an initiative we have through NATO. And that's what we're involved in. There's been no change to our policy in that regard. We want a peace deal. We want the war to end. We're prepared to play whatever positive role we can to end the war. And that, in order to end this war, will require something that both Russia and Ukraine can agree to. That's not going to happen at a press conference. That's not going to happen in one meeting here in the Philippines. That's going to require a lot of work. We invested in the past in it. It was unsuccessful, or at least unfruitful at the time. If conditions and factors have changed to make that possible, we're ready to go. The president's committed to that, and every single day, if we identify an opportunity to make a difference in that, we will. Because in the end, what the president most cares about is not the stuff people are, well, here's what he most cares about, that people stop dying, that people stop being slaughtered, that Ukraine no longer, you can go on and live in peace, and Ukrainians can move back to their country and rebuild it, that young Russians aren't being killed at the tune of 5,000 a week in the battlefield. He thinks it's a stupid war. He thinks it's a senseless war. And if we can play a role in bringing it to an end, we're going to use the power and influence of the United States to do so. And we're prepared to do that if the opportunity presents itself, and I hope it has, and I hope it does. And that's what we've communicated consistently to both sides, by the way.
On that line, Secretary, you said that you are open for new ideas. Now that you met with Rome, are you and the President prepared to sit down with your counterparts, Ukrainian counterparts, if they visit Washington?
Well, I don't know if they're coming next week or not. I think President Zelensky had expressed an interest in coming. We've met. I mean, we'll meet with them. We've met with them often. We talk to them often. In fact, we saw them 2 weeks ago in Turkey. I would argue we probably met with the Ukrainians far more times than we've met with the Russian side, and I'm sure we'll meet again in the future. Whenever that is, we're always open to meeting with them.
A Trump statement about the bridges and the power plants. Just want some clarification. Do you rule out striking civilian infrastructure?
I think I saw, guys, I saw Arachi, their foreign minister, who the other day say or something about their policies, an eye for an eye. The president's policy is a head for an eye. I mean, honestly, that's what it's going to be. I mean, they will pay a very heavy price for the things they're doing. They're already paying a very heavy price. You guys don't know it because you don't cover it. You're not in Iran. You're not in the street. They don't have a free media. But they're going to continue to pay a very heavy price. Their industrial base has been decimated. Their defense industrial base has been decimated. They're losing launchers. They're losing radars every single night. They are suffering billions of dollars in damage, and their economy is a disaster. But despite all that, okay, these people who are calling us every day, begging, let's do a deal. They send us messages through other countries, third countries. I mean, they're running out of countries to send. Even I had countries here coming up to me, oh, I just spoke to the Iranians. They want to do a deal. The problem is, every time these people do a deal, they either break it or after they make it, they want to change the deal. So they're probably not ready to do a deal yet, but they will be soon because the price they're paying is very high despite their tough talk and their flowery language and their stupid Lego videos they put out. I've never seen them, but they put these things out on social media. Despite all that bravado, they are suffering tremendously, and they're going to suffer more until they come to their senses. They're not there yet, unfortunately. Oh, I can't tell you who told me that. I mean, then I'd be betraying the confidences. There's some of them that are here, yeah, and every day I get a text or a call or a signal message from a foreign minister. Oh, so-and-so called me. The Iranians want to talk. The Iranians want to talk. But the problem with these guys, and in addition to the fact that they're probably fighting with each other, is they make a deal, they agree to something, and then they decide, oh, let's change it after they made it. Or they agree, or they decide, oh, I know we made a deal, but we're going to violate it. I mean, these people, unfortunately, they aren't ready for a deal. I think they'll be ready soon, though.
Do you think there's going to be a big escalation by the United States in the coming days?
That's the president's decision to make. They're going to pay a price. They're already paying a price every single night. I mean, you can't do the stuff they're doing for free. They're going to pay a price.
On Russia and Ukraine, did you talk with Wang Yi about any influence that China might give to exercise to help bring that war to?
We didn't discuss in our meeting. No, we didn't discuss Russia and Ukraine. We had a lot of other stuff to talk about.
Secretary, did you discuss with Wang Yi the issue of technology and whether that will be on the agenda for the September meeting?
Well, that's a broad topic. Technology, like what? What do you mean?
AI
oh, AI. Yeah, look, I think that they've expressed they'd like to see some global governance about what AI is governed by. Obviously, I'm not sure we're aligned on that point yet, but that topic has come up. I think they've expressed an interest in discussing what the rules are going to be for how AI is used in the future. And I think that's going to have to be an international conversation. So, we have some ideas about what that should look like and what those standards should be, and maybe they're different from theirs. But we didn't go into great depth on that topic. But it's an issue. It came up in Beijing as well.
Secretary, just final point on Iran. What is Iran's off now? Is diplomacy running out of time?
With Iran? I just don't think they're serious about making a deal. These guys, I mean, the more the president's gotten to know them, the more he's come to that realization. I mean, he said it yesterday, I believe. He gave a speech in Georgia. These guys, the problem with them is you can't make a deal with people unless they're going to keep it. And these people make deals and then they break it almost immediately. Or they decide, oh, let's change the deal. That's not how deals work. I mean, they violated the MOU within days of it being implemented. We kept our end of it, so now they're paying the price for it. And maybe they'll change their mind here over the next few days as they continue to suffer great losses.
Mr. Secretary, you know the Senate better than most anybody. They're debating the new military policy bill right now after the House passed it. One of the more controversial topics is about fusing the U.S. and Israeli military when it comes to co-production on things. Do you have any sovereignty concerns about that? If there are situations where the United States wants to send weapons, Iron Dome came up with Ukraine when the Israelis...
You asking about NDAA? Yeah, I mean, that largely the Department of War manages that legislative portfolio, so I'm aware of the provision you're discussing that involves cooperation on technology. And look, at the end of the day, the truth is we do that with countries all over the world, right? I mean, if somebody... Well, I haven't read the specific provision in terms to tell you in detail. I understand that. I understand the topic, though, because it's not new. You know, on air defense, for example, we've long cooperated with the Israelis. Look, if we have a breakthrough in our system or they have a breakthrough in theirs, we could share that in a way to improve our own systems as well. So if they've come up with some novel way of defeating drones, for example, of course we would want to have that and benefit from it. By the way, they're not the only country in the world that we would do that with. We do that with other countries as well. So I think that's the provision you're referring to, and that's something we're already doing. I mean, that's something that already exists. But I don't think there's any, that's different from sovereignty. I mean, it's not like U.S. forces are going to come under the command and control of a foreign general or anything of that nature.
When Ukraine was asking for Iron Dome, the United States and some lawmakers, including Lindsey Graham, wanted the U.S. to send Iron Dome battery to the East Coast. Netanyahu vetoed that. That was the co-production.
But anytime you enter into co-production, we have those restrictions too. I mean, if we provide weaponry to a country as part of an agreement, they can't transfer that to a third country without our approval. We do the same thing. And Israel's not the only country in the world that does it. Other countries do it with their systems as well. That's just a normal way. When you do arms sales, part of the restrictions is you get to veto them passing it on to a third country. That's not just us to do it or Israel, it's every country.
Is President Trump coming to Manila for the ASEAN Leaders Summit in November?
I think he'd like to. I don't know what the schedule looks like, yet. I can't commit him to that trip because I don't control his schedule, but he was there last year, and I think that's something that we're going to talk about. It's an important forum, and I think APEC is a few days after. So, I can't make scheduling announcements for you today.
Secretary, would you rule out running for president in 2028?
Do what? I'm not answering president questions. Come on, guys.
Do you think this visit has eased concerns about declining U.S. engagement in Asia?
Are there eased concerns about our engagement in Asia? I mean, we're engaged in Asia every single day. I mean, obviously this is a conference. We're here. We're participating. But we're engaged in Asia every single day. The Department of War is present all over Asia. The Department of State and our embassies are involved every single day in Asia. We have strong partnerships and economic ties to multiple countries in the region. Virtually every country represented here in ASEAN is someone that we deal with every single day. So there's a lot of competing interests in the world, so I think there's always going to be a concern that America's so focused on one place that it can't focus on another. But one of the great things about our country is that it is a large, powerful country. It has the ability to be present in the Western Hemisphere, in the Indo-Pacific, in Europe, in Africa, in the Middle East, and anywhere else where our interests are vital, including the Arctic, by the way.
Do you think it would be easier to make a deal with Iran if the United States didn't wipe out so many layers of their leadership? Trump often mentions that they're on the third tier now. Do you think it would be easier
to do what?
To make a deal?
Well, I think the first two layers weren't necessarily the nicest people on earth. So I don't think that, we'll just keep going down the layers, I guess. But I don't, the first two layers were not like reformers. These were not like Renaissance men. You know what I mean? So I don't think that the layers are the issue here. Look, the system is at the end of the day, it's a country run by radical clerics. I think they have political people in their system. I wouldn't call them moderates, but they at least understand like that hyperinflation is bad, high food prices is bad, gas shortages are bad. But I think when you get to that clerical level, these guys are just oblivious to all of that, and they're destroying their country. These are the people. Understand, Iran is a rich country. Iran could be the richest country in the Middle East if they want it to be, but instead, they take their money and they use it and they give it to Hezbollah, they give it to Hamas, they give it to the Houthis, they give it to Shia militias, they give it to sponsor terrorism all over the world, they give it to try to kill people all over the world, they build drones and missiles and pursue a nuclear weapons program. That's what they spent their money on. If they had spent their money on their people and on their economy, today Iran could be probably the richest country in the region if you want to know the truth.
Given that, Mr. Secretary, is the U.S. seeking a regime change in Iran or just change in its behavior?
I think the U.S. is seeking a denuclearized Iran that will never have a nuclear weapon. The future of Iran, that's obviously, it would be easier to have people in charge that don't want nuclear weapons, but in the end, that's our interest. Our number one interest and the threat they pose to the world is these lunatics in possession of a nuclear weapon. And that's not going to happen, not as long as Donald Trump is president. I don't know some future president, or I know some past presidents have made some bad deals, and others just haven't dealt with the problem. But our issue and our concern and our focus is denuclearizing Iran. They can never have a nuclear weapon. I don't know how many times the president has to say that.
But this group of people who you describe as lunatics, I mean, if they decide to make a deal, the United States...
Well, some of them are lunatics, some of them are evil. Some of them are evil lunatics. You can be both.
So the United States is okay, comfortable leaving these evil lunatics in place?
They just can't have a nuclear weapon. They can't have a nuclear weapon. I mean, imagine what they would do to the world.
What changed between now and the beginning of the war when the president made it sound like that was not going to be the case, that regime change was one of the goals of the war?
No, he never said regime change was a goal. From the very beginning, like from day one of the operation, it was very clear that we were going to degrade their missile launchers, their drones, and their factories, and their Navy. Their Navy no longer exists. There is no such thing as an Iranian Navy. What they have left is a handful of Boston whalers, but they don't really have they don't have a Navy. They don't have an Air Force. Their air defenses are crushed from the very beginning. Now, what the president has pointed to is the fact that the people of Iran deserve better leadership, and they slaughter their own people by the thousands. They shoot them in the head, they slaughter them in the streets. Yeah, we don't like that. I mean, we don't think that's good for Iran. But our goal and our national interest in Iran is they can never have a nuclear weapon. And that's what they were going to try to do if they had been able to hide behind double the number of missiles, double the number of drones. That's where they would have been in about a year had they continued on the pace of construction. Even though their economy was suffering, even though their people were suffering, that's what they were spending their money on, even though they had sanctions. The money that was coming in, they were spending it on those things. That tells you everything you need to know about them. All right, guys. Thank you. Thanks.
First, about the conservative mission to make our country affordable at home, safe at home, and self-reliant here at home. But I was most happy to hear today that Prime Minister Carney wanted to talk about, quote, the results we've seen so far. Well, it's about time. After a year and a half of this Liberal Prime Minister, ask Canadians about the results you are seeing in your life. After a year and a half of this Liberal Prime Minister, are your groceries more affordable? Is your gas more affordable? Has your mortgage payment come down? Is there less crime in your streets? Is your paycheck rising faster than your cost of living? To the single mother or senior, when you go to the checkout and watch the total accumulate with that beep, 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 are you seeing savings from Mark Carney's promise to deliver affordable groceries? What about that couple in Mississauga? When you check your bank account, do you see the results with lower mortgage payments after a year and a half of Mark Carney? To the small business owners who are struggling to make payroll, are you finding that your input costs are more affordable or that your sales are up? And to those same small businesses in Surrey, Brampton, and Northeast Calgary, is the result of Mark Carney that you feel more safe or less from extortion? Today, Mr. Carney sat here for about an hour repeating the same promises he's been making and breaking for a year and a half. He passes off his promises as results. Announcements, signing ceremonies, photo ops, re-announcements, speeches, and even press conferences all have one thing in common. They're just promises of things that he says he will one day do if we just wait long enough. See, the Carney Liberals have a formula. Make a promise, then make an excuse for breaking it. Then make the same promise again. It's all an illusion. The result of Mark Carney in the lives of ordinary Canadians is more cost, more debt, more recession, more crime, more of the same. He's just another Liberal. In fact, it's worse than that. Everything is worse in people's lives than when he took office. We have the worst food price inflation in the G7, the worst household debt in the G7, and the only economy in the G7 that has shrunk in 2 consecutive quarters, the definition of a recession. The only G7 economy that is smaller today than it was a year ago. The only economy for which business investment has gone down 5 consecutive quarters in a row. In fact, business investment is down every single quarter since Mark Carney became Prime Minister. The economy has shrunk, as I said a moment ago, 2 quarters in a row. Mark Carney has said that is the technical definition of a recession. So I will take him at his word. But whether it's technical or not, it's definitely the only one. Why is it that no other G7 country, no other G20 country, no other North American country has seen its economy shrink in 2 consecutive quarters? They all have the same tariffs, energy price problems, and wars overseas, and yet their economies are not shrinking back to back. And whether you agree that it is a technical recession or a real one, what is real is the strain and the hunger that Canadians are feeling. That's the result they're living today. They feel this strain in their hungry stomachs. They feel the results in their empty bank accounts. They feel that the anxiety every time they open their fridge. The United Way reported this month that 60% of Canadians feel personal anxiety about their finances. That's Mark Carney's results. Carney's results are 38% of Canadians live in food insecurity. 1 in 5 reporting that there were times last year when they ran out of food at the same time they ran out of money. So where do they go next? To the food bank? Well, the same survey found that 1 in 5 food banks ran out in the last year as well. A third know someone who's experienced poverty, up 5% in just 6 months, and a fifth of Canadians said that they have personally experienced poverty. Dazzling overseas speeches and fake agreements won't put food on tables, money in bank accounts, or gas in tanks, nor will the Prime Minister's $200,000 of in-flight catering. And why are these results so bad? In the last election, Mark Carney promised that he would reverse everything that he had said and his party had done in the prior decade, but it was all an illusion. It's been more costs, more crime, more corruption, more of the same. Mark Carney is just another Liberal. He changed the branding, talking points, and image, but continued and accelerated the Liberal policies that he had advised Justin Trudeau to implement, and he's kept most of the same Trudeau-era ministers in place to implement them. What are those policies? After a year after promising to control spending, the result is that the deficit has doubled. Outside of COVID, the $80 billion deficit is the biggest in our history, and spending is at its highest level as a share of GDP since 1996. He increased spending 5.1% in just over a year, added 13 new and costly government agencies, kept all the anti-development Liberal laws in place, and then he increased the industrial carbon tax 6 times higher than the one Trudeau left behind. Just because you use conservative words does not mean you're doing conservative deeds. But not everyone's suffering. There have been some results for some people. The Liberal club of power brokers, lobbyists, and insiders are getting richer than ever, making everyone else poor. The Carney condo bailout is just the latest example. And why is he bailing out these condo developers who've made billions over the last several decades? Well, and I quote, "The developers don't want to sell at a loss." Who does? Somebody's going to lose money, right? The government inflated the housing market into a bubble, and now the bubble burst. So who's going to pay the price? Mark Carney wants you, the welder, the waitress, the barber, the small business person, to pay through your taxes to bail out his developer friends. You, the people who acted responsibly, you, the ones who've been suffering with high prices, you're the ones that the Carney Liberals want to pay this price. Ironically, it's the opposite of what he says. He says that this is a policy to make housing affordable. How does bidding up the cost of condos and competing with home buyers to buy them make it more affordable? It's exactly the opposite. He's making home ownership even more difficult by forcing taxpayers to pay through their taxes to bid against themselves when they try to buy a home. It came out this week, and it's not just the condo bailout. It came out this week that 18 executives now exist at the Phantom Alto rail project. This is a rail project that will not probably be built for decades, but somehow they already have 18 executives, and they've given out $2.8 million of bonuses. For what? There's no route, there's no start date, there's no private investment, there's no building company, and somehow Mr. Carney believes that these executives have performed well enough to get $2.8 million of taxpayers' money in the form of bonuses. Mr. Carney is building an economy of carve-outs, bailouts, and handouts for the club, and higher costs, debt, and taxes for everyone else. That is the result. The Liberal club gets a bonanza, and you get the bill. Meanwhile, he expects you and the media to run infomercials for him every time someone in his government sends a fax, holds a meeting, or fills out a form. Yesterday, hilariously, or perhaps depressingly, a Liberal minister held a press conference to announce that 3 projects that have been languishing for a decade will now be eligible for consultation on possibly being designated to have their permit application moved from one federal bureau to another federal bureau, after which there will be more consultation, more deliberation, and more study. There has never been, in the history of this country, a government that has had so much publicity for bureaucratic busy work. But bureaucratic busy work does not actually build an economy. What does is the federal government and its bureaucracy getting out of the way. Get out of the way and repeal the anti-development laws. Get out of the way and grant permits for construction to begin. Get out of the way and scrap the industrial carbon tax. Get out of the way and off the backs of builders, investors, and workers. He doesn't need to sign yet another meaningless memorandum that is unenforceable and entirely symbolic. It's actually incredible. After a year of traveling the world, which, by the way, I support Mr. Carney travel. If he could come back with results for Canadians, I would think it would be terrific. How many new trade agreements has he negotiated? I mean real ones, not the fake, flimsy press releases he comes back. Actual free trade agreements has he negotiated? Zero. Zero. He signed one that Trudeau had negotiated, to Trudeau's credit, with Indonesia, which is worth $400 million, about 5 hours of trade with the U.S. But other than that, not one new trade agreement anywhere around the world. On crime, Mr. Carney has kept liberal bail in place, and worse, he has introduced a get-out-of-jail-free card. His bill, C-16, allows judges to exempt the worst criminals from mandatory prison sentences and turn them loose on our streets. Lower sentences for rape, for robbery, for extortion, and other serious crimes. That means criminals who would previously have been stuck behind bars under conservative mandatory minimums will be turned free under Carney's law. The tough talk is all an illusion. The result is more crime on our streets. The illusion of Mr. Carney is about to collide with the reality. He's been wrong on every major issue. He was wrong on the carbon tax, wrong to write in his book that we should keep half our oil in the ground, wrong to testify against pipelines to the Pacific, wrong to predict COVID would lead to declining inflation, wrong to support money-printing deficits that led to the subsequent inflation. Conservatives have been right on all of these issues, and we're going to continue to fight for the Canadian people. We're going to fight for an affordable, safe, and strong country. This session of Parliament, we fought to expose the illusions and to get results for Canadians, and we did. We fought against the government's policy on medical assistance in dying for mental illness and forced a multi-partisan committee to recommend that that policy not go ahead, and that we work to provide mental health to people to save their lives. We also passed Frank Laputo's bill, which will mean a serious crackdown on men who abuse women. We exposed the Prescribe IT scandal. We also pushed forward with a law by Andrew Locke to eliminate the GST on all used cars, and to do so by eliminating the Alto rail disaster and using the savings to put it in the pockets of people who actually need to buy a vehicle. And a new bill from Shakao, our member of parliament from the Lower Mainland, which will stop drug kingpins in their tracks, put them in jail, and give them life sentences so that we can keep people safe. Mr. Au's bill is inspired by the tragedy of Emily Liu, a 14-year-old girl whose life was cut short by fentanyl. The bill targets the traffickers and makers of these deadly drugs, not Canadians struggling with addiction. The people who knowingly traffic these poisons should be locked up forever, because you deserve to know your children are safe. You deserve a government that is affordable, so we push for cutbacks to bureaucracy, consultants, foreign aid, corporate welfare, handouts to fake and phony refugees to bring down inflation, taxes, and debt. We want you to be able to afford your life, and we will fight every day, in every way, to make that happen. So keep the fight alive and keep the hope alive. Thank you so much.
Thank you, merci. Désolé pour le retour audio des premières minutes. We'll now go to the question period. We're quite many, so please keep your question as short as possible so we can ask as many questions as possible. And if you're attending in present, of course, please be mindful about the earpiece, not to put it too close to the microphone. It can create hurtful audio feedback. So we'll go to the one question, one follow-up basis. We'll start with Alex Balinguel, Toronto Star.
Thank you very much. Carney was saying this morning that he got Trump called him yesterday, and they had a constructive conversation about NATO and the war in the Middle East and the situation in the Middle East, but that Carney did not raise Kuzma with Trump. I wonder what you think of that and how you would have handled that conversation if you got the call from Trump to talk about NATO.
Well, first of all, I hope they had a good call. We need a good relationship between our two countries. I definitely would have raised Kuzma. We have workers in aluminum, steel, autos, lumber who are losing their jobs. Just in British Columbia, they've lost 30 mills in the last decade, and these mills are literally the anchor of entire towns. Similar story in rural Quebec. We need the Prime Minister to get a good deal and fast. He promised he'd have one a year ago, but since that time, he's made a phenomenal amount of concessions while getting nothing in return. You know, I just find it incredible that he's made about 6 major concessions. Digital services tax, Netflix tax, removing counter tariffs, the defense spending, the list goes on and on. Many of those things needed to happen. But why not bring them to the negotiating table and get something in return? Instead, what he's got is double the tariffs on aluminum and steel and triple on lumber. What I would do is build up our leverage, and we have a lot, by committing to build a strategic reserve of the 10 most critical minerals, according to NATO, that you need to fight a war. Put those in a reserve. Committed to increasing oil production by another 2 million barrels, and offer the Americans the prospect that those resources could be available for their purchase in a tailored way if we get tariff-free access to their markets. We need leverage, positive leverage. That's what President Trump has said. That's what he's written in his own book. We have that leverage through our resources, and we can massively enrich our people by using those resources, and at the same time get the tariffs removed so our economy can grow. Thank you.
Just on another matter on the independence vote in Alberta, the Prime Minister seemed to kind of up the ante this morning when he's talking about, you know, this is a real vote. It's not the prelude to the actual vote. This is real. This could have dangerous consequences for the economy and for Canada's standing. I wonder what you think of that strategy as somebody who said that you're going to campaign for Canada in this. What do you think of that strategy, emphasizing the dangers of even holding this vote in the first place?
Well, I think what we need to do is provide Albertans with hope that life can get better. And that's why I went there and gave a very strong patriotic speech, urging my fellow Albertans to embrace their friends across the country to achieve their objectives. We should lock arms with suburban Toronto communities that want tougher crime laws, lock arms with Newfoundland, which seeks to double its oil production, lock arms with the coastal First Nations that want LNG facilities that would export Alberta's natural gas, lock arms with Quebecers who want the federal government out of their business and who want provincial autonomy restored. I believe by building those alliances, we can fulfill the ambitions of Albertans and deal with their legitimate grievances. So I believe we need a Project Hope. The Project Hope is the right way to go. Some people say that hope is not a strategy. Well, fear is not a strategy either. We have to give people hope. And we also need to go and speak to our young people in both Quebec and Alberta and tell them that the promise that they were made when they were born in this country will be restored, that they can afford a home, they can start a life, they can build a future, found a family, launch a business successfully here in Canada. Thank you.
Miki Jukic, Politico.
Thank you so much for joining us. Will you be attending any Pride parades this year?
I'm not planning to.
No, why not?
It's just not on my plan.
And then my follow-up question is, what do you think should happen to 24 Sussex?
I really don't think about it at all. You know, I just think when I go around this country and I meet so many people who can't afford a place to live, when I see the homelessness on our streets and I see the young people who are desperate to start families but can't get a house to do it, I just think the last thing on our minds should be 24 Sussex Drive. C'est vraiment pas une priorité pour moi. Quand je rencontre des jeunes qui ne peuvent pas avoir accès à la propriété, je vois les sans-abri dans la rue, je vois les familles qui risquent de perdre leur maison à cause des paiements hypothécaires. Je pense pas que la maison pour n'importe quel premier ministre soit prioritaire.
Stephanie Taylor, National Post.
Hi, thanks for taking our questions. I guess just to clear on 24 Sussex, has the Prime Minister sought your input on what should happen to this building? I know you said you don't think about it at all, but has the Prime Minister sought your input and has shared any of what his plans are for it?
No, he's not.
And on separatism, do you support Alberta Premier Daniel Smith putting this independence question to a referendum?
Look, the thing is happening, but we have to deal with it. At the end of the day, I wish it weren't happening, but it is, and I'm going to make the case for Canada. And I'll be spending time throughout the summer going to visit with people in communities big and small, north, south, east, and west in the province, to make the case for Canada and make sure Albertans know that they are heard and loved within our Confederation. And I hope that every Canadian will wrap their arms around Albertans to bring the country together.
Michel Sabat, Presse canadienne.
Bonjour, M. Poilièvre. Vous allez avoir une impression de déjà-vu. Quelle est votre réaction au fait que M. Carney nous a dit que, durant ce qu'il a décrit comme une longue conversation avec M. Trump, la CEUM n'a pas été abordée?
Je trouve ça incroyable. M. Carney a été élu sur une seule promesse principale. C'était qu'il allait conclure un deal avec les États-Unis, qu'il allait pouvoir, et je cite, gérer Trump, qu'il allait négocier une victoire avant le 21 juillet 2025. Un an plus tard, pas de résultat. Et où est l'urgence pour les travailleurs en foresterie au Québec, en aluminium au Saguenay, qui ont besoin de leur emploi? Je trouve ça incroyable que M. Carney n'aurait pas en parlé avec le président Trump. Il devrait, avec grande urgence, se battre pour une entente sans tarif dans chaque appel téléphonique. And if you don't mind, I'd like to repeat that in English, and then you have a follow-up. I just find it incredible that Mark Carney was not just... his promise to negotiate a win with President Trump was not a promise. It was the liberal promise of the last election. And where are the results of that promise? He said he'd have a deal by July 21st of last year. We're almost July of this year, and tariffs have gone up. The aluminum, steel, auto, and lumber workers are desperate for their jobs and their paychecks. And Mr. Carney has a long telephone conversation with the president and doesn't even bring it up? What could be a greater priority to this country? It's time to start fighting for Canada and to start getting results.
Êtes-vous favorable à l'interdiction de la SKS, qui est une arme de style militaire, mais légale, qui aurait été utilisée par le tireur durant la fusillade survenue lundi à Montréal?
Tout d'abord, j'aimerais offrir mes condoléances aux familles des deux personnes qui sont mortes et de ceux et celles qui sont et ma compassion aux gens qui sont blessés. Il faut commencer à poser la question après 11 ans d'un gouvernement libéral qui promet de bannir la propriété légitime des chasseurs, fermiers et tireurs sportifs. Est-ce que ça marche? On a vu une augmentation des fusillades, des crimes faits avec des armes de 50% depuis ce politique est mis en place. Donc, est-ce que ça marche? Est-ce que ça protège les gens? Est-ce que ça empêche des fusillades? Il faut se poser la question, c'est quoi le résultat? I think if I can repeat that in English. Look, first of all, I'd like to offer my condolences To the victims of the shooting, our hearts go out to them. And to those who are injured, our prayers are for a swift and total recovery. We've now had, the question was about banning hunting rifle. We've now had 11 years where the Liberals said we would all be made safe if they banned hunting rifles. And I think now is the time to judge the result. Has it worked? Gun crime is up 50% since they promised they were going to ban these guns. We have to ask ourselves, have these bans on hunters and farmers and licensed sport shooters stopped mass shootings? These are the questions we have to ask.
Laura, The Logic.
Thanks for taking our questions, Laura Osman with The Logic. The government has tabled plans for a massive new big tech regulator that's going to look at things like online harms and digital privacy. Lots of people have raised concerns about this regulator online. We still don't have a lot of details about it. I'm wondering, since the government has said they'd be open to working with the Conservatives to amend it, if there's something that you would change about it, what would you put forward, and how do you plan to handle this in the next sitting of Parliament?
On a déjà trop de bureaucratie à Ottawa. On a plein d'agences qui sont déjà responsables de faire toutes sortes de réglementations par rapport à la communication. Donc, on a maintenant 13 nouvelles agences de M. Carney dans un an. Il a créé probablement plus de bureaucratie, de nouvelles bureaucraties que n'importe quel autre premier ministre dans notre histoire. Est-ce qu'on a besoin de nouvelles bureaucraties ou est-ce qu'on a besoin d'appliquer les lois qui existent déjà, mais de les appliquer aux technologies modernes? Donc, je vous donne l'exemple. C'est déjà un crime de faire une menace en personne. Et ça devrait simplement être un crime de faire une menace sur l'Internet. C'est un crime de déformer l'image de quelqu'un en essaimant un mensonge. Utiliser l'image de quelqu'un dans l'IA pour, en fait, créer une vidéo pornographie sans consentement du sujet devrait être un crime. Donc, moi, je crois qu'il faut appliquer les mêmes règles de la vie qui existent dans le monde tangible au monde technologique. Et nous avons déjà une agence policière, une agence d'intelligence, une agence de communication, le CRTC, qui sont là. Pourquoi une nouvelle agence? Ça semble que M. Carney veut encore concentrer le contrôle et censurer le discours politique pour son avantage et son pouvoir personnel. Moi, je veux protéger notre population contre les abus et non pas protéger les politiciens contre la parole libre. I think, did you ask that in English or French? Sorry, my... Sorry. It all becomes like a weird jumble in my head. Sorry about that. So would you like an English answer? You're like...
What I may ask you as a follow-up in English is, you know, we don't have any laws targeting the companies.
Why don't you have any coffee in here?
Duly noted.
Conditions have really fallen apart. Sorry.
Good. We don't have any laws right now targeting the companies and the platforms themselves when it comes to the issues that you just raised that are sort of targeting users. I'm wondering what you make of the government's approach here to targeting the companies themselves with, you know, the kind of regulatory bodies that we see in the EU and the UK.
My view is that the tech companies should be subject to the same rules as everyone else. You know, for example, it is illegal for someone working at Canada Post to willingly participate in a money laundering operation. The same would be true for a tech platform. It would be expected that a corporation would not allow its services to be used to facilitate crime and that it would be considered negligence if they did. The same should be true of a tech platform. And so what we need to do is take the existing laws and standards that we apply to everyone else and modernize them to apply to tech companies. That does not require a gigantic, new, towering government bureaucracy. My concern is that what Mr. Carney and the Liberals are once again doing is trying to create a censorship and surveillance apparatus. And this is, I'm not the only one who said this, it's already widely viewed. You take the combination of their original C11, which is allows them, the CRTC, to manipulate algorithms online to favor content the government considers to be appropriate. You consider they have a heritage minister that wants to ban Bible verses that he considers to be politically incorrect. And you have parts of C22 that would require large tech companies to ultimately become surveillance arms for the state. I think if you put all those things together, you get a troubling view about the government's desire to control, to have more control, and for the people to have less independence. We all believe in tougher laws and better tools for law enforcement to protect our kids, to protect our seniors, and to protect Canadians. And we believe that we can do that while protecting our liberty at the same time. Thank you.
We'll go to Marco, iPolitics.
Hey, thanks for taking our questions. Back to the BC condos. Some folks have attributed this glut of unsold units to the federal government's ban on foreign home buyers, which is set to expire in the coming months. They say lifting this ban could also act as a bailout to those developers who were building units not for Canadian residents, but instead for foreign buyers. Do you agree with that? Is this something that you would support keeping in place, or do you support lifting the ban?
I don't support changing the rules to sell off the condos to foreign buyers. They're Canadian condos. They should be by Canadians, Canadian buyers who want to live in them, preferably. And no, I don't think the objective here is not to bail out the developers. It's to give people a place to live. So any policy that's seeking to bail out bankers or developers is the wrong one. The policy should be. It's very simple. There's a guy yesterday online who was saying he did a little skit. He was at a shirt store and he said, pretended to be the salesman who wasn't selling any shirts, and his solution was let the shirt prices drop. And lo and behold, the shirts started to sell. You know, Mr. Carney says he wants an innovative financial solution to make expensive empty condos into affordable occupied ones. I have that innovative solution. Let the prices drop.
Thank you. And moving back to Alberta, considering we're months away from that province's referendum, have you had any conversations, or would you be open to potentially doing a joint event with Mr. Carney or any other federal leaders to kind of rally support for the no side?
The Prime Minister and I did several months ago in one of our meetings, we did discuss the issue of the then potential referendum. We didn't discuss joint strategies or joint events or anything of that nature. I haven't really thought about that. But I'll be traveling around the province this summer, and actually I'm really looking forward to it. I love rural Alberta. It's just a fun place to be. And I think it's an opportunity to kind of reinstill people's sense of hope about how good life can be for Albertans within a united Canada.
Yasmine Mehdi, Radio-Canada.
Toujours sur le même thème de l'unité nationale, ce matin, le premier ministre disait que selon lui, il fallait adopter la même stratégie pour le Québec et pour l'Alberta, du fédéralisme coopératif. Est-ce que vous pensez qu'il faut adopter la même stratégie pour les deux provinces?
Oui, absolument. Je suis d'accord avec ça. Les Canadiens sont tannés d'avoir deux paroles différentes dans les deux langues officielles. Donc, moi, je dis exactement les mêmes choses en français qu'en anglais. Je pense que quand je parle aux jeunes Québécois, leurs demandes ne sont pas aussi différentes que les jeunes Albertains. J'étais en Beauce il y a quelques jours, hier, il y a quelques jours, et je me suis dit, après, je me sens en Alberta, parce que les gens parlaient de l'abordabilité, leur chèque de paie, pouvoir de lancer une entreprise, l'économie en général, les chasseurs dans les communautés rurales du Québec voulaient évidemment garder leur arme de chasse. Donc les valeurs ne sont pas aussi différentes qu'on le pense. Et donc moi je pense que les solutions pour les divisions qui existent au Québec et en Alberta sont assez semblables. Donner plus d'autonomie aux provinces et aux individus, donner l'opportunité aux jeunes d'avoir accès à la propriété, libérer notre économie, avoir un gouvernement fédéral plus petit pour des provinces et des individus plus grands.
Puis le premier ministre s'est doté d'un conseiller spécial pour l'Alberta. Il a quand même passé pas mal de temps en Alberta, le protocole d'entente, etc. Est-ce que vous pensez qu'il qu'il est aussi préoccupé par le référendum en Alberta que par la possibilité d'un référendum au Québec?
Je sais pas. J'attends à ce qu'il s'adresse aux Albertains. Je me suis adressé aux Albertains il y a 2-3 semaines pour présenter mes arguments d'unité nationale et je suggère que le premier ministre devrait bientôt faire exactement la même chose.
Mais est-ce que ça vous inquiète, la possibilité d'un gouvernement péquiste au Québec?
Je préfère des gouvernements qui évidemment croient au Canada, mais c'est pas à moi de dicter aux Québécois comment voter.
Stuart Benson, Hill Times.
Hi, Paul. Thanks for coming to the theater. I just have a quick question about the national food security strategy. I spoke with the Daily Bread CEO. They have some positive thoughts, but they don't think it's going to actually secure food affordability for Canadians. So I just want to get your general thoughts on what the strategy will do, what you don't think it will do, and do you support their suggestions that a rent should be partially or entirely tax deductible and increases to the disability benefit? So,
thank you for that. You raised a number of important subjects in that question. First of all, I think we have to start asking, why is it that Canada has the worst food price inflation in the G7? The numbers just came out the other day, higher than anywhere else. It's comforting to say it has something to do with Iran, but if that were the case, then we would see the same food inflation in the other G7 countries, but we don't. The reality is that high liberal taxes right through the food chain are driving up the cost of food. The industrial carbon tax on farm equipment, fertilizer, food processors, the food packaging tax, the continued interprovincial trade barriers that the Liberal government have not gotten rid of despite Carney's promises, and most of all, this is the untold story, but today it's a big one, the weak loonie, the weak dollar. Food prices, fertilizer prices, and fuel prices are all internationally determined. And when your dollar is weak, everything costs more. And we have a very weak dollar, which is actually shocking because we have such high commodity prices. You'd think the Canadian dollar would be stronger than ever. But this is the consequence of liberal policies that have weakened our economy, made us the only recession in the G7. That's why we have a weak dollar, and one of the reasons why Mark Carney and the Liberals have given us the most expensive food inflation in the G7.
Incroyable.
As for some of the other issues you mentioned, I think that
yeah, you got a good French.
To address these clawbacks that punish workers with disabilities. There are literally hundreds of thousands of people with severe disabilities and probably over 1 million with a disability of some kind that work. But the problem is they get clawed back.
Camera is frozen. Oh yeah, like
housing,
this.
medicine,
Yeah.
transportation,
Whoops.
and income supports with marginal effective tax rates that often make them worse off because they earned an extra dollar. And it's a multi-government issue. It's not partisan. It's not even just a federal issue. Some of the programs are provincial, and some of them are federal. We have some federal tax credits with clawbacks. We have the CPP disability program, which has very sharp clawbacks, and then the provinces have their own clawbacks. I think we need to bring the two levels of government together and come up with a plan to calculate, to rejig these programs so that when somebody who has a disability goes and gets a job, and earns an extra dollar, that they're not punished for it. They should be graduated off as they do better and better until maybe one day they make a tremendous amount of money. They don't need to rely on the assistance anymore. But we need to make work pay for people with disabilities.
Follow-up?
I know you said you don't think about Sussex too much, but you are Prime Minister in waiting. Is this not, at the very least, embarrassing for Canada that we don't have a working, proper residence that a leader of our country can host other world leaders at? I mean, it's not a ballroom, it's just getting the rats and the asbestos out. Is that not an important project for this country?
Well, it took how long did it take to get the asbestos out of West Block? It's incredible. I think, you look at the House of Commons, the main center block, I think back right after the First World War when it burned down, I think they built the whole thing back up in something like 6 years, and now it takes 14 years for us to renovate the thing. I think we start to ask questions about what's holding us up. We have better technology than we did 100 years ago, yet our ancestors were able to build much quicker than we are today. And I think it's just an example, again, of more and more bureaucracy devouring our economy and, in some cases, our national symbols.
I've been told we have time for one more question. Sokar de Narwhal, you want to go ahead?
So with regard to the Alberta MOU, you said the carbon capture aspect is a money-losing project that's never been proven anywhere. The idea of carbon capture is something that you've supported in the past. You previously said your party would incentivize the energy sector to invest in carbon capture. You've actually criticized the Liberals for not doing so. So what's changed? Why have you soured on carbon capture?
Well, there are two types. One is money-making, one is money-losing. The money-making is enhanced oil recovery. When you pump carbon back in the ground to pressurize the geology and you can bring up more oil that can then go out and make the world a better place. The other is just pumping air into the ground and getting nothing in return. And that's what Mr. Carney's pushing. Now, you said you say it will lose money. Well, tell me how it's going to make money. How is it going to make money? You're going to pump air into the ground. Like, nobody can use it for anything. It's just air being pumped into the ground. How many billions of dollars are we going to spend pumping air into the ground? I think in 100 years, people will look back at us and say, really? They spent billions of dollars to pump air into the ground? I just find it wild. We should, and frankly, I think what we need to do is just get the government off the backs of our sector and let the sector produce more affordable energy that will fight poverty and make the world a better place.
Thanks. On another topic, the government proposed to create federal economic zones where certain developments would be pre-approved. Overhauling the environmental assessment regime, you've called for the whole thing to be repealed. What do you think of federal economic zones and the proposal?
Well, first of all, I think all of Canada should be an economic zone. We should have fast permits everywhere in the country. I would go beyond, because there's so much right now, there's so much fear of investing in Canada. So many businesses, Enbridge with Northern Gateway, TransCanada with the Energy East Pipeline, Teck Resources with the Teck Frontier Mine in Northern Alberta, $20 billion project. They've all spent billions of dollars on processes that went nowhere. So a lot of businesses and investors around the world said they don't want to take the risk spending on lawyers, lobbyists, consultants, and 7 years to get to nowhere. So one idea that I have put forward is the shovel-ready zone, which is to say we look at places where a certain kind of economic infrastructure makes sense. We do the study, the Indigenous consultation, and then we grant what I call a pre-permit. It would be a legally binding permit with clearly defined conditions online, and it would say anybody who comes along can develop that infrastructure in that zone. You have a permit that is legally binding on the government. And that way you can approve it before you even have a proponent. And if it's not economical, then a proponent doesn't come along, you're no further behind. But if it is economical, then they can just get to work. And they know that they have effectively a contract with the government of Canada to provide all the permits necessary. So that's how I would go about it. Yes, Anna and I have been talking about that today. Obviously, our thoughts are with the Venezuelan people as they deal with this terrible natural disaster. And I know that Canadians will be there to support Venezuelans, and family members will be thinking of their loved ones in that country. And so our thoughts and prayers are with them, and we hope the Prime Minister, we was happy the Prime Minister raised it today. I thank him for that. And we hope that we can minimize the losses and give the Venezuelan people relief in this terrible time.
Merci.
I don't think that is the solution right now. Frankly, I think we've got. I think we should. I'm not saying like we have to see what's going to happen with the new regime. We don't know. Is there going to be an election? We think there should be democratic elections, and the Venezuelan government should be turned to the Venezuelan people, who I hope will choose a true Democrat that will restore freedom to that country.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Sur l'ambassade, il faut regarder ce qui va se passer. On veut qu'il y ait une démocratie, une vraie démocratie au Venezuela, et que le gouvernement soit dans les mains du peuple vénézuélien. On ne veut pas donner support diplomatique, économique ou autrement à un gouvernement communiste et totalitaire. Donc, on est pour des élections aussi rapidement que possible pour que les Vénézuéliens puissent reprendre le contrôle de leur pays. And I don't support opening an embassy in Iran or allowing the Iranians to open an embassy in Canada. This is a terrorist regime that has killed our people, and they have never, ever been held accountable for the murder of 55 Canadian citizens and 30 permanent residents. And they are continually operating on our soil illegally. So I do not support reestablishing diplomatic ties with Iran or allowing its thug terrorist members to be in our country diplomatically.
C'est dit. Merci beaucoup pour cette conférence de presse, Dispute and This Press Conference. Merci beaucoup d'avoir utilisé le Théâtre national de la presse. C'était un plaisir de vous avoir reçu, monsieur. Merci à tous. C'est bon été.
Imagine you went into your doctor's office and suddenly he injected you with some strange substance. You said, "What is it?" He said, "It's a poison." You said, "Why did you inject me with a poison?" Immediately, he pulled out another syringe and injected you with an antidote. And he said, "I injected you with that so that I could save your life with this antidote." Well, why would you have done any of it in the first place? Well, because I wanted to save your life. That's what I do. That is exactly how liberal economics work. They do massive economic damage to our country, and then they claim to be its solution, its antidote. The government blocks home building with taxes and red tape, then sets up a fourth federal housing agency to subsidize housing. This liberal prime minister blocks resource projects with high taxes, 19-year permitting delays, bans on oil shipping off the BC coast, then creates massive new offices to get projects built that promise carve-outs, bailouts, and handouts to favored businesses. He blocks investments with high taxes, drives $1.2 trillion of pension fund out of the country, and then subsidizes investment with new corporate welfare programs. He drives up the cost of living and the cost of food with inflationary money printing, carbon taxes, and red tape, then prints even more money to give people cash payments to help them with the cost of the food he inflated. He blocks development, taxes production, regulates investment, delays permits, drives capital away, kills projects, crushes builders. Then, when the economy slows down, he shows up with a subsidy, a fund, a bank, a summit, a task force, and a photo op to solve the very problem that he caused. So instead of just following the Hippocratic oath to do no harm, this government does plenty of harm and then claims that it provides the cure. As the great Ronald Reagan said, if something moves, a liberal taxes it. If it keeps moving, he regulates it. And when it stops moving, he subsidizes it. Why not just get out of the way and let things move? Why not let the builder build, the worker work, the investor invest, the farmer farm, the miner mine, the manufacturer manufacture, the trucker truck? Because then there would be no role for the liberal politician. No power, no control, no permit to authorize, no check to hand out. If you could just launch a business, produce resources, grow food, build homes, then the Prime Minister and those within his castle walls would be irrelevant. Instead, he forces everything to go through him. He basically creates a regulatory prison and charges a ransom for anyone who wants to build something to get out of it. Want a place to live or food in your stomach? Wait for the government to send you back some of your money. Want to build a home or a pipeline? Kneel before the king and seek his good graces. Want investment for your enterprise? Bow before the state. State-controlled crony capitalism is how this Liberal Prime Minister enriched himself. In fact, his Brookfield investments profit off government favors that typically help a tiny group of politically powerful but unproductive takers at the expense of the great mass of productive makers. Help is the sunny side of control. The illusion of action from people who caused the problem. The illusion of investment from the people who drove the investment away. The illusion of growth from those who blocked the growth. Because in this liberal model, the economy does not belong to the people, it belongs to the politicians, bureaucrats, and other authorities who control it and the powers that influence them. That is the real debate in our economy today. A political economy versus a market economy. A political economy allocates wealth based on power. A market economy allocates wealth based on free choice. Enter the sovereign wealth fund that has no wealth, another liberal illusion. Countries with real sovereign wealth funds like Singapore, Norway, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates accumulate surpluses year after year, which they squirrel away and invest to grow bigger returns for their people. This Liberal Prime Minister has no surplus to invest. In fact, the net equity of this government is negative $1.3 trillion. If you take all the assets and deduct all the liabilities, that is what's left. We call that our national debt. Just yesterday, he announced that he's running, or 2 days ago, he announced that he's running the 11th liberal deficit put on the national credit card. More debt, more taxes, more costs, more on the credit card. He's just another liberal. In fact, he's doubled the deficit since Trudeau left office. So he has no wealth to put into the wealth fund. He has something else, debt. He wants to put $25 billion more on our national credit card to invest in politically connected companies. And who will get the money? Those with political power. The Liberal Prime Minister plans to hold yet another summit, this time with multinational corporations and billionaires, to offer them access to this government money and allow them to circumvent the brutal red tape and taxes he imposes on all other businesses. He will demand that these businesses who ultimately get permits to go ahead and go around the restrictive red tape and taxes will give the government an ownership stake. It's almost like charging a ransom for letting them out of the regulatory prison he has created. Now, the million or so small businesses without lobbyists will still be stuck in that regulatory prison, forced to pay taxes to subsidize their larger, more politically powerful competitors. It's the golden rule. Those with the gold make the rules. The small elite turns power into wealth, wealth back into more power, and that more power back into more wealth, and the cycle continues until they have it all. They get richer, making everyone else poorer. In a political economy, they profit not by having the best product, but by having the best lobbyists. It's not how much value you create for customers, it's how much influence you have over ministers, regulators, agencies, and insiders. The most important commodities in the political economy is influence and power. In a market economy, you get ahead by serving the people. You sell a product only if someone wants to buy it. You hire a worker only if a worker freely chooses the job and the employer values the work. You attract investment only if you can prove that you can create more value tomorrow than you consume today. That is the magic of the free market. You cannot get ahead without making someone else better off. And we know that because they would not engage in the voluntary transaction if it did not make them better off. That's why in a free market, when you buy something, you say thank you to the vendor. They often don't say you're welcome. They say thank you back. It's because the seller values the money more than what they sold, and the buyer values the product more than what they paid. If you want an apple and have an orange, and I want an orange and want an apple, and we trade, we still have an apple and orange between us, but we're both richer because each of us has something worth more to us than what we had before. Thus the double thank you when we trade. By contrast, a state-controlled economy is based entirely on force. Everything the government does, every single thing it does by force, because taxation is mandatory and not voluntary. And that is why no one ever writes thank you on their tax form, because the transaction was imposed. Even if it were a good transaction, it was not a free one. Free exchange allows the work for wages, product for payment, and investment for interest. A free people making free choices, building a free country. By contrast, a government-controlled economy works differently. As I said, it operates by coercion. It means, and in relationships of coercion, the strongest always win and the weakest always get crushed. As the Prime Minister liked to quote Thucydides in his Davos speech, the strong do what they will, the weak do what they must. If taxes, regulates, and blocks the productive economy, then uses your own money to create programs that promise to fix the damage it caused. This is not Robin Hood. It is the Sheriff of Nottingham. It takes from the workers, builders, taxpayers, and investors, running their money through bureaucracy, consultants, lobbyists, insiders, and letting a few drops trickle back down to the people who paid for it in the first place. This is state-controlled crony capitalism, a system where government concentrates money in fewer hands based on power. A system where most businesses and citizens never have the political clout needed to get a meeting, win a carve-out, secure a subsidy, or escape that regulatory prison. And make no mistake, regulatory prison is what it is. You want to build a mine? Wait. A pipeline? Wait. A home? Wait. A port? A road? A transmission line? A factory? A terminal? A refinery? A railway? Wait, wait, wait. Fill out the forms, hire consultants, lobby the minister, please the regulator, win some political influence, and maybe, just maybe, you'll have a chance. After years of delay, you might get government support, as the Prime Minister likes to call it. But if a project is good enough to receive regulatory support, why not just approve it in the first place? Why should a company have to win over a politician to get something built? Why should a project have to give up a piece of its ownership to the state in order to escape the prison of the heavy regulations? This is the model that the Liberal Prime Minister believes in. It's because that's the model that enriched him in the first place. Not by doing business in the marketplace, by using political power to get favors for his company. We remember that he pushed for heat pump subsidies. Well, Brookfield sells heat pumps. Remember he pushed for money printing inflation. Well, the CEO of Brookfield confirmed on May 20th of last year that Brookfield profits off of inflation. Many of our things are regulated, rate-based or contractual in nature, and inflation is actually a positive to the numbers. So as inflation comes in, it actually helps the revenue streams of those businesses, end quote, said the CEO of Brookfield. And then, of course, this is a prime minister who said a little over a year ago that he had successfully lobbied for a more expensive form of so-called sustainable aviation fuel right before Brookfield, his company, invested $1 billion in that same fuel. So forcing Canadian passengers to pay higher airline fees for this more pricey fuel, which then his company profited from. This is not business, this is political manipulation. It raises the cost for everyone, especially those who don't have political power. That is the difference between the real economy and the protected economy. In the real economy, inflation crushes families. It raises grocery bills, it raises rent, mortgage payments. It costs you more for gas, heat, and electricity. It shuts young people out of home ownership and starting families. But in a political economy, inflation can be used as a revenue tool for elites and schemers. Government creates the rule creates the market, the insider sees the rule coming, the insider invests, the consumer pays, the politically connected profit. And everyone else is told this is progress. And Canadians will pay the price through higher inflation at the grocery store, taxes on their paycheck, and debt interest on future generations. We've seen this movie before. I just mentioned that there's going to be a big summit where a whole series of multinationals and billionaires will come and feast on this $25 billion. This is not a new idea. In 2016, the Liberal government hosted another international summit of investors at the Shangri-La Hotel to unveil the Infrastructure Bank, a $45 billion pot of gold that went to subsidize the investments of the insiders. So here we are, 10 years later, the same Liberal government holding the same kind of summit to allow the same elites to feast on the same debt. Since the creation of the Infrastructure Bank, it has lost hundreds of millions of dollars. For its first 7 years, its investment income failed to cover even its operating costs. The Parliamentary Budget Officer found that when all levels of government were included, $2 out of $3 for projects funded by the bank came from the taxpayer, not from businesses. Taxpayers lost, insiders won. The bank spent $250 million on operations. The CEO makes $600,000 a year. It paid out $8 million in bonuses in 1 year. That is why the parliamentary committee studied it thoroughly and recommended it be eliminated. And now, instead of doing that, they replace it with they augment it with yet another slush fund. Then again, in September of 2024, the Liberal Finance Minister, Chrystia Freeland, pledged to create a Canadian growth fund, seeded with taxpayers' dollars, to try and bring back the $1.2 trillion of pension funds that this Liberal government has driven abroad. And who was hired, who was tapped to administer that fund? Brookfield, barely 2 years ago. And here we go again. Another summit, another fund, another transition office, another name for the same old Liberal idea, the illusion of change, the reality of more of the same. As Desjardins wrote, that the proposed fund draws strong parallels back to the Infrastructure Bank. The Montreal Economic Institute called it essentially the Canadian Infrastructure Bank by a different name. Same poison, new label, more costs, more corruption, more debt, more taxes, more on the credit card. This Liberal Prime Minister is just another Liberal. We've seen how we can build wealth when we unlock the power of the free enterprise system. The answer is not to weigh the economy down with even more government agencies on top of the countless that already existed a year ago and the 13 new ones that the Prime Minister has since created. We need to unblock and unlock the potential of our resources and our people. The answer is more economic freedom, the freedom to build, to produce, to hire, to invest, to compete. We must replace an economy of carve-outs, handouts, and bailouts for insiders with free choice, opportunity, and affordability. If a project is safe, lawful, and in the national interest, just approve it. If the company can build without taxpayers' money, let it build now. If workers can build bigger paychecks by producing energy, minerals, food, homes, steel, aluminum, copper, and more, get the government out of the way and let them do it. Let businesses compete for customers, not political favor. Let entrepreneurs win with the best product, not the best lobbyists. Let workers earn a powerful paycheck, not wait for government handouts. Let Canadians build sovereign wealth, not borrow sovereign debt. That is the choice. State-controlled crony capitalism, where political influence becomes the most valuable commodity, or free market, where work, savings, risk-taking, service create prosperity for everyone. The options are a top-down, state-controlled crony capitalist system or a bottom-up, merit-based free enterprise system, a political aristocracy, or, Mr. Speaker, an economic meritocracy. That is the choice. We want this to be a country that restores the promise to the people, that anyone who works hard can enjoy affordable home, a safe street, good food on the table, realize their dreams. A country where our people get ahead by having the best product and the best work, not by having the most political influence. We do not want a country of bureaucrats and busybodies, of gatekeepers and grifters, of tax collectors and toll masters. We want a country of artists and adventurers, entrepreneurs and explorers, workers and warriors, pioneers and patriots. That's the country we seek to build. Now let's get building. Thank you. Halan, for being here today. We are in this business to bring back the promise of Canada, of a country that is affordable here at home, so people can afford food, homes, gas, and cars here at home.
It's like a second or third video. Like I like it. I like him. Like just I don't know. Watching like 3 video, 45 minutes each of that is maybe a bit too much. The wall algorithm look trash. So unlucky, man. I don't even know what killed me. Everything was so easy and then bam. Dead. Ugh. What's up? What's up? Mistfall Hunter? In a couple days. I think 5 day or 6 day. Alright, I'm gonna be back tomorrow. Thanks everyone who came in the stream. You guys are the best.